Morning, everyone, and welcome. Today is Thursday, April the 23rd, and I call this meeting to order at 9 a.m., as I mentioned. This is a special organizational meeting, and we will hold this meeting immediately before our regularly scheduled meeting. So this meeting's called to order. I hope you'll join me and rise if you can for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So again, good morning, everyone. I'm Christine Novello. I'm the president of the governing board for the current fiscal year. We do have a quorum of the governing board with all directors present. I will now read our official meeting procedures. The governing board and its committees conduct all their meetings in compliance with Arizona Planned Community Association open meeting laws per ARS 33-1804 and in concert with RCSCW bylaws, policies, and standing rules. Parliamentary procedures, as outlined in the most recent edition of Robert's Rules of Order, will also be followed in all meetings as appropriate, consistent with Bylaw 3.07, Procedures for Owner-Member Meetings, and Standing Rules number 1, 2, and 3. That being said, and again, I've already established quorum, I want to welcome you again. This special organizational meeting is called to allow the incoming governing board, the governing board that actually takes office on July 1st. They will today at this meeting elect their officers for the incoming year. Please note that all the oaths of office will be filed, fiduciary conflict of interest forms, and all of our other confidentiality agreements will be filed after this meeting. And everything is on file, if you will, for our incoming governing board directors-elect. So that having been said, my term of office and Director Williams' term of office is ending this year, June 30th. The two of us will take a seat in the audience and invite the directors-elect, Ron Petrin and Mike Kusanda, to join the dais for the remainder of the meeting. And I will turn this portion of the meeting over to the corporate secretary, Sandra Forsey.
We are now moving into a special organization meeting. The first order of business is the election of president. The floor is now open for nominations for president.
I nominate Alan Schlemmer for president.
Are there any? Oh, go ahead.
Yes, I would like to nominate Vice President Rudy Grom for president. He has served well for the last 2 years as vice president and does an excellent job as chairman of the Golf Committee.
Are there any other nominations? Are you willing, where did we go here? Are you willing to accept the nomination for governing board president?
Yes, I am.
Are you willing to accept the nomination for governing board president?
Yes, I am.
The nomination for president are now closed. We'll now vote. Thank you. Since there are only 9 members of the board-elect, a majority for governing board election for any office is 5. If there is only one nominee for an office, the official ballots will still be used. The tellers that we have today are Kathy Estes and Jack Fisher. Having received the majority votes, Alan Schlemmer has now been elected to governing board president. He's on.
Good morning. Thank you. The floor is now open for nominations for the role of Vice President.
I nominate Nick Turner.
Are there any other nominations?
I nominate Roddy Groom, Rudy Groom,
Rudy, Roddy.
Rudy.
Are there any others? The nominations for Vice President are now closed, and we will now vote. The teller will distribute the ballots. Oh, yes. Mr. Turner, do you accept the nomination?
Yes.
Mr. Grom, do you accept the nomination?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Having received a majority of votes, Director Nick Turner has now been elected as Governing Board Vice President. Moving on, the floor is now open for nominations for the position of Secretary.
I nominate Sandra Forsey for secretary.
Are there any other nominations?
I nominate Rudy Grom.
Any further? The nominations for Secretary are closed. We will now vote. The teller will distribute the ballots. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Director Forsey, do you accept? We'll get this right by the fourth one. Director Grom, do you accept?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Thank you. Have all voted who wish to do so? If so, you will fold your ballot in half, place it at the front of your table, and the teller will collect the ballots. Thank you. Having received a majority of the votes, Director Sandra Forsey is now elected Secretary. Thank you. The floor is now open for the position of Treasurer.
I nominate Ann Becknell.
Are there any other nominations? The nominations for treasurer are now closed, and we will vote. Oh, yes. Okay, maybe by the fifth one. Do you accept the nomination, Director? Thank you. It was assumed that you probably did.
And you're the president?
And I'm the president. That's scary enough, isn't it? The board executive assistant will now distribute the ballots. Have all voted who wish to do so? The teller will pick up the ballots. Okay, thank you for your patience. Having received a majority of the votes, Director Ann Becknell is elected as treasurer. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the board for the upcoming fiscal year, including the officers elected. And this special meeting is now closed. Thank you.
So good morning again. I'm back. It's still April 23rd, it's still Thursday, and now we move into the governing board regular meeting. I call this meeting to order at 9:18 a.m. We do have quorum, as I mentioned earlier, so all 9 of our current directors are present and here seated at the dais. We've already heard our meeting procedures. Those still apply. The first order of business is to move to our approval of minutes from our March 19th regular meeting. Directors, please let me know, do you have any concerns or objections with those minutes? Okay, seeing none, by consensus, those meetings are approved. We'll move into item 3.01, which is our usual update on the master plan. Stephen will provide that update to us. Thank you, General Manager Stephen Ernow.
Thank you, President Novello. So bear with me because I'm coming off the heels of a 2-week vacation and filling in for Sabrina, so I'm...
Welcome back.
Thank you. So just a few points here. The online engagement site tool, that's going to be closing on April 3rd. So that's that website tool where you're able to put in the information in there. We've had a total of over 18,000 views by 5,400 visitors and 3,500 contributions, which is amazing. That's a record number for the consultants. They've constantly talked about how much engagement they receive from our community, which is fantastic. The participation numbers for the survey submitted from the ETC survey, so that's the statistically valid survey that was sent out. There was a random sampling that was sent out, and we had 415 that were sent out, and 164 online, and 254 by mail, and we had a great response to that. We also have the National Golf Survey results since Friday, April 17th. The survey link was sent to over 7,000 member golfers with emails on file, and out of that golfed at least one of the 7 courses in the past 12 months. And a few of the findings based on the 1,437 respondents is that 53.8% play 50-plus rounds. Approximately 73% booked their tee times on the website through the lottery system. 70% say they most typically get their tea times within the preferred time. And the most appealing improvements at first glance, so the initial responses to that, what members are looking for is improvements to restaurant, lights and technology on the range, and increased food options and expanded practice areas. And there'll be more information coming out about that. That's just sort of the preliminary results coming forward. Right now, the progress is the consultants are working on the think tank activity, so they're working to get members that are different types of businesses that are involved in our type of activities to come together to talk about what the future of active adult communities looks like, and so they're working to get that arranged. BRS which is the firm that is part of the consultants that are doing the architectural stuff. They're wrapping up their facility assessments, and they're going to have some initial findings in the upcoming community presentation. And the NGF, National Golf Foundation, is finalizing the golf course assessments along with the data that they've received from the survey. And those preliminary findings are going to be at a community presentation on Monday and Tuesday in the lecture hall. Monday will be live streamed. And more information can be found about that on suncitywest.com /masterplan. And then Barry Dunn is going to be on site on the annual meeting on June 18th to present to the membership as well as the governing board. And that's the information I have.
I believe Monday is
9 a.m.
5:30 p.m. here in the lecture hall, and I could be, no, I have them backwards. Monday is 9:30 a.m.
Yes.
here in the lecture hall, and Tuesday is in the evening
At
at
5:30, correct. Yes, thank you for that.
Great. Any questions, directors? Anything from our residents? We're really excited to see the progress on this, so thanks again. And you did a great job stepping in for Sabrina. And so we'll move on now to new business. For item 4.01, well, actually, just to take a quick pause, for all our items of new business, for those of you who are here for the first time or listening, watching for the first time, our regular meeting follows a workshop meeting. We had a almost 4-hour-long meeting a week and a half ago where we walked through everything that we're currently voting on, right? So just so that you're aware, if you don't hear a lot of debate or discussion, it's because we've had a lot of debate and discussion over the past few months and especially a few weeks ago. So just so you're aware. We're going to move now into the items of new business, and the first regards our Torch Special Committee, and we're renewing it early. So I'm going to turn the motion, if you will, over to Director Alan Schlemmer.
Thank you, President Novello. As a former Torch attendee and graduate, it is with great pleasure that I move that the governing board renew the Torch Special Committee for fiscal year 2026 through 2027.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you, Director Turner. So the Torch Special Committee presented to us at the last governing board workshop, and what they are in the process of, they're in the process of re-envisioning the entire program. And we decided at our last meeting that we wanted to consider renewing this special committee and doing it early so the Torch Committee could actually work together on formulating and marketing the new plan for next fall. So directors, are we ready for a vote or are there questions? Director Piaskowski?
I'm just wondering, the Torch Committee, all of our other committees, we can only have 3 years on a committee. Does that also stand for Torch Committee? Does anyone know? No? And why is that? Because it's a special committee?
Yeah, the policy is written so that it's our standing committees.
Okay.
We could choose to recommend to the incoming chairperson of that committee that that person look for some new folks, but it's not a requirement.
Okay, and then will we start getting a report on Torch? Because they're changing the whole venue, you know, they're changing their whole program. So prior to this, we always kind of like knew what Torch was all about, and they kind of did everything. And so now, because they're doing 3 different sessions, and we don't really know what their syllabus per se will be for session 1, 2, or 3, will they report to us on that?
In
Even though it's a
general, yeah,
special-
in general, Jolene, and we can always attend the meetings and we can ask for that report to come back. And I think that's a reasonable request. Really, what we're voting on today is allowing them to move forward to formulate that new
okay.
program for
Perfect.
us to look at, and approving that they go forward and actually launch that program. I think requesting updates as they go through is a reasonable request. Anybody disagree? Director Grom?
No, I don't disagree with that, but my question would be, why really is Torch even a committee? If you look at the definition of what committees do in the bylaws, this committee really doesn't fit that need. So isn't Torch really just a program run by operations? And it's mostly staffed by operations people, and they simply need a few resident volunteers to support it. Why are we appointing a committee that really has never reported to us in what they do?
They've always reported to the governing board. It's a special committee of the governing board, and they always report to us. And if we choose to not attend the meetings or invite them for updates, that's on us. So they do report to, if you will, as a part of our overall purview. All of our special committees do the same. The special committees stand apart and alone a little bit, but we can request that, Director Grom. They've always reported to us. And you're welcome, again, we're voting today on the renewal of that committee. You're always welcome to vote no. Director Schlemmer?
Thank you, President Novello. Torch was formed, I believe, and I'm going to look to one of the members, I believe 2009. So Torch was formed in 2009, and it was an upstart of a group of citizens, residents of Sun City West, not the governing board and not the rec centers, who came together and realized that there's a lot of confusion within the community regarding how Sun City West works and operates because of our unique status as an unincorporated community and the fact that we really don't have truly a city government and so forth. They also, because of the reliance that we have on volunteers, wanted to create a program that would help encourage residents to be volunteers within the community. The reason I point that out is it kind of answers your question about why is the governing board involved with Torch, but sort of at an arm's length, and why is it not a part of the rec centers? And the reason it's standing independent is the belief was that neither the board nor the rec centers should completely control the content, that it should be content that is derived as a citizens group, and they will go through, cultivate it. And so the whole concept is this is residents talking to residents through an organized program that educates people on how the community works, encourages volunteerism within the community, including pursuing roles in the governing board, but not solely for the purpose of the governing board. And so that is why it stands alone from its creation all the way up until the current day. And personally, I believe that independence is valuable to that program so that it is not perceived to be an arm of this board or an arm of the rec centers solely, and they're driving solely the content.
So I hope I did not misspeak when I mentioned all of the committees. We commission those committees, so it's a bit at an arm's length, like we also have our elections committee as a special committee. We don't want as much direct involvement for those reasons. That's basically the reason why. Any follow-ups there, Director Go?
Yes, thank you. I think you answered the question, Alan. Torch is a program. Why are we involved in it in appointing a committee? I mean, if we have a committee to run something, that means we're running it, and we don't run Torch. Torch is strictly run by operations.
Respectfully, I disagree. And I know you served for a period on the Torch committee, as did I. A wide variety of the content delivered in that committee is not from operations. I myself come there as a resident of this community and a volunteer for the museum and make a presentation about the volunteer opportunities and the history of the community. There are several organizations, the Community Fund and so forth, that do the same thing. They are not arms of the rec centers. They are members of the community from community organizations. I do think the board has a role, and the creation of the special committee fits that role, because what it says to people attending Torch is we support it. And I think that message is important, just like it is important that we have staff, and I know Katie O'Grady and others put significant time in, but it sends a clear message to the attendees that we support this effort, but we don't run this effort. And that's what makes it unique, is the opportunity to hear from a diverse set of this community, not just voices of the board and voices of the rec center.
Anything further, Director Graham? Any other, are we ready to call this to a vote, directors? Any comments or questions from our residents? Seeing none, Director Schlemmer, please reread the motion and we'll put it to a vote.
Thank you, President Novello. I move that the governing board renew the Torch Special Committee for the fiscal year 2026 to 2027.
We'll start the voting with Director Williams.
Yes.
Director Graham?
No.
Jolene?
No.
Sandra?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Ann?
Yes.
Alan?
Yes.
Nick?
Yes.
So the ayes have it, and we've renewed the Torch Special Committee for the year fiscal year 26-27. And we'll make sure, Bob's not here today, but we'll make sure that Bob's aware that we're looking for periodic updates. Oh, you are here. I didn't see you, Bob. I'm sorry. You could have come up and answered all these questions. So current chairperson, Bob Wilson, will take the direction to update us with the specifics of the upcoming program as they evolve. Thank you. Moving on to 4.02. Our next item of business is regarding PORA's use of facilities. Alan, would you read that motion, please?
Yes, thank you, President Novello. I move that the governing board approve the memorandum of understanding documenting usage of recreation centers of Sun City West, RCSCW, by Property Owners and Residents Association, commonly known as PORA, in accordance with RCSCW Policy FA06.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Thanks, Ann. So again, thank you for making the motion. If we could please call that document up on screen. Thanks, Terry. Rudy and I had an email exchange and some email conversation, I guess, about this, and together made, or I proposed making one change that's highlighted in yellow, one change from what we saw last week. You may remember that this is regarding the fact that PORA, of course, is, we've had a long-standing offer to PORA to utilize our facilities as well as to utilize our public relations capabilities to help further membership and so forth. And in their most recent elections for new board members, PORA has started taking advantage of those offers. So that necessitated our just writing down the agreement on how the facilities will be reserved and used. So that's in our policy FA06, it calls for a written understanding between the organizations, any such community organization that's going to request our facilities on an ongoing basis. So that's what we have before us. Based on the conversation between Rudy and I added the statement in yellow so that it's clear that that this offer to utilize or rent our facilities without charge is for the use of the room or the facility itself. There are optional extras. This is what our operations staff calls things like coffee service or ice or so, that kind of thing. That would be available, and those would be available at the prevailing rates. So that's all the addition. Rudy, were there other comments? I know you made other comments, but anything you want to bring up here for discussion?
Yeah, I just want to question, there is a distinct difference between a memorandum of understanding and a memorandum of agreement. And as you see within the document, the very first sentence, the sentence in yellow, in the last sentence, all referred to this document as this agreement. So why isn't this a memorandum of agreement? Why you say memorandum of understanding?
Sure.
There is a distinct difference between the two.
Yes, there is, as you know. A memorandum of understanding is generally used to imply that it's an informal agreement. It's not a legal document. The word agreement used throughout this piece of paper aligns to FAO 6 that asks for such an agreement to be written down. So that's the reason for the difference. I chose the title Memorandum of Understanding deliberately. Again, I'm not just trying to stand my ground on, changing a word. A memorandum of understanding is much less formal. A memorandum of agreement is generally something seen in the industry or around the world as something that's more formal, more legal standing. So that's the reason why. Any other questions or concerns? Are we ready to call this to a vote, directors? Any questions from our residents? Anything online, Sandra? Okay, great. So let's start the voting on this. I believe this time we'll go to this side. We'll go Director Turner.
Yes.
Alan?
Yes.
Ann?
Yes?
John? Sandra?
Yes.
Jolene?
Yes.
Rudy?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so the motion passes. Thank you, directors. This will be, thank you, directors. As per policy FAO 6, this will be kept on file in the office of our executive assistant and available for consultation from our ops team. Moving on, 4.03. So our annual financial plan, budget recap, and Q&A. We're going to go through this now. We've had, just so that we're all understanding in terms of the sequence of events here, our annual financial plan, we just had a series of presentations yesterday and the day before, and this is our proposed financial plan for next year. We will, as a governing board, review and approve that in total in May per our bylaws. So we've had some extensive conversations between Budget and Finance Committee and here amongst the directors in terms of the content of that plan and some questions we've had. The Q&A are on file. And Cliff, I think we've all seen the presentation at length, but at our last meeting, there were some significant questions that you're here to answer, yeah?
Yeah, so we put a presentation together for there were some questions regarding some additional FTEs year over year, budget to budget, and so we're here to present the response to that and answer any further questions that may be needed. So I'll call up Katie O'Grady. She's going to talk about the content and media specialist position that's in this budget.
All right, thank you, directors and Cliff. Appreciate the opportunity to talk about this position and why we're requesting that. One of the questions from the last meeting was, what does the PR staff do? Who are we? The PR staff is myself and 2 other individuals. And I'm not going to go into all the details of everything we do. You can see the list on the board there, but there's some big time consumers with the annual election. If there's a recall election, the Torch Committee and the Torch program. If we redo the Torch program, it is going to be more labor intensive, but in a good way, more flexible for the association. Everything from print ads, digital ads, videos. We're doing more videos. Videos are more time consuming than print, so that's a bigger chunk of our time. Logos we've always done, but we're seeing much more enforcement on that. The more we market, the more popular we get. The higher we get in those rankings, the more people see the value in our logo, and there is a value in that logo. So everything from creating merchandise without our permission to sticking a giant sticker on the back of a work truck that doesn't belong to us. We've seen all of that. We've had to take those to the attorneys. And drones, and then a bunch of pop-up stuff that you wouldn't expect, or, you know, our priorities change on a day-to-day basis. Filming opportunities, all of those things just come into play. So this is just a summary of what we do. But the biggest focus on why we're requesting this position has to do directly with a strategic plan. I tried to kind of color code what we do. on a regular basis, what is new and what is enhanced. So in the blue, these are new ongoing responsibilities given to us through the strategic plan. In the green are things we were already doing, but we've kicked it up a notch because they were listed in the strategic plan. And then in red, they have a end time in fiscal year 2027. So those would not be ongoing. We're about 50 to 75% done in completing those. We'll have them done at the end of fiscal 27, but that will be the end. However, if there's a desire to see those continue, that would be something we could not handle with our current structure. Just in the last 12 months, this is a summary of some of the new stuff we've taken on because of the strategic plan. A lot of it has to do with board transparency, opportunities to get you out there to the community, and then to get the community more involved, more engagement with the community. Everything from information going out, communication going back and forth, and then just special events, fun. That's why we're here. So we're working really closely with each department, having monthly meetings to make sure if this department's doing something and that one's doing something and that one's doing something, we can bring it all together and package it. We did this for spring break. We'll do this for Christmas, rather than having these sort of silos out there. The Rec Center News, this was a change due to the independence delivery from having drivers to going through USPS, so we had to redesign that. We want to take it another step further and make it a magazine style. It'll be more useful to residents, it'll be more user-friendly, more modern, but we need the time to do that. The curriculum for the Torch program, obviously that will take some time to do, but once it's done, it shouldn't change too much, but teaching it on an ongoing basis. Again, with the community involvement, we heard through these additional surveys, we've done a lot more surveys, so at least 3 different times we've heard they love the idea of Torch, they don't want a 7-week commitment, so this new program will be much more flexible. It'll be we can get it done in one day, we can offer it several times through the year, but that'll be more stress in a good way on the PR department. Exclaimer email signatures. If you get an email from a staff member, you'll see an ad campaign at the bottom. Just another way we can help get the word out on different things. Working with the facilities and event staff on like pop-up parties, different things that PR was not really heavily involved in. We're helping out on that. As well as the merchandising that you're seeing through Lizard Acres with the grand opening and with the sales down at the pool. We've been helping Sabrina's team with those. Trying to get all of our content and files and pictures updated so that we have photos of the facilities that aren't, 10 years old, so we can use them quickly, and then putting those in a format where we can share them with outside vendors, with staff, and give them access so we're not using old file photos, old video, that sort of thing. More on here, I don't want to go into too much detail on there. Again, the logo enforcement, educational videos aside from the GM videos, it just all takes more time. And then the last item, we are fielding a lot more requests from non-RCSCW, either organizations or charter clubs, and their busy time is our busy time. And so we are starting to see that pressure point where things are starting to fall through the cracks. We don't want the rec center stuff to fall through the cracks, but we're trying to make space and time available for those important organizations. So that's been a little bit of a struggle for us. Okay, so areas we acknowledge, these are underserved on the PR department due to the time constraints from these new strategic items. We do daily social media posts. They're usually informational. But we are a fun community. People want to retire here. Our social media is one of our best marketing assets, and we want to have fun things, pictures of people doing things, the international tournaments we have here. But getting the time to leave the office, go down there, get photos, get video, bring it back, process it, it just gets a low priority because of the other stuff that is on the front burner. So day of coverage of events, we do promote them, but we don't go to them and then cover them. And as a result, we don't have the stock footage for the next year's promotion. Reviewing our current web content, we have had outdated information on there because it just doesn't have a deadline on it, and if we don't keep up on those, people can find old information on there. So really wanting to spend more time keeping that up to date, working with the other posters on there and making sure it is easy for people to find what they need. And of course, with the new portal and the new website redesign, we'll be working heavily with IT on that. Website SEO, we've done a little bit, but not nearly as much as we should. We're still #1 if you put in the right keywords, but there's a lot of refinement and analytics that can happen with that, and we've just deprioritized it because we've got other things going. But that is all directly related to those rankings and how we fall on those. We have pushed out more of a, hey, rate us on these different sites, and that visibility and those fresh ratings on 55, retire better now, and 55 plus do help us in those rankings, so we'll continue that. And then more social media, LinkedIn, we haven't done a huge thing with that, with Westmark, and then more training through conferences at, again, a strategic plan item to do more conferences and stay up to date on things like that. That's a big time chunk. So as it currently stands, because this was specifically asked, if this position isn't approved, what wouldn't get done? So I tried to quantify that, but again, our to-do schedule changes on a daily basis as things happen, breaking news, what you come in and plan to do for that day can go out the wall if something new happens that you've got to cover and jump on. But we do believe we can absorb most of those ongoing or enhanced strategic plan items. Torch will be more intensive, but once we get through the initial phase, it'll be absorbed, and that should not be a problem. Golf marketing, this was the first time PR was going to get more heavily involved in that. And we did a little bit about halfway through the year when these strategic plan items came to be, but that really needs a lot of time and attention. And if the position's not approved and we're working on those other areas, that's going to be a struggle. We are developing that list of grants for that other strategic plan item, and we've got 75% done on the proposed volunteer program. But after FY27, when we deliver the proposals, we don't have the bandwidth to take that on. I will say, based on the research we've done with the volunteer program, that one's going to be huge. We've already identified areas where, hey, if we had a volunteer do this, or we had a volunteer do this, it'll save the association money, it'll enhance what we're able to do. But again, it's got to be streamlined. That process has got to be in place so that if a department needs someone, they don't have to create it from scratch. That program's in place. So that one's looking really good, but the ongoing maintenance of it is not something we would be able to do. Rec Center news, it's a big time chunk. When we're on deadline, it could be 2 weeks. So 3-member team, one person's taken out of pocket for 2 weeks. That's really hard, especially if someone calls in sick or someone's on vacation. So now we're even further down. So we're cross-training everybody because we're a 7-day-a-week business. If someone's out, someone has to be able to do the social media, even if they're a print person. And that Rec Center news would get streamlined so that we can turn it out faster and it doesn't become such a time chunk. Community clubs, organizations, we already saw that this month. We're having to kind of make some compromises, cut them down, maybe put them on the website, trying to still prioritize them, give them some space, but it's becoming difficult. SEO will continue to be deprioritized. If we see a huge decline in our rankings and attention and keywords, then how we're coming up in web searches, we will refocus, but that one's holding. It's just not as good as it could be. And then our day of coverage, we won't be going to events. We won't be running down to all the fun things that we want to put on social media. Like I said, it's a huge marketing bonus to have Facebook covered with these fun activities, people enjoying themselves, especially when it's snowing in the Midwest and they're like, gosh, I can't wait to move there. We see those kind of posts on our Facebook a lot, but we can't give it as much attention as we'd like. That's it on the PR position. If I didn't answer anything, I'd be happy to do that.
I had one. Katie, have you or the organization, have we ever considered, it wouldn't take the place of everything that you're mentioning, but have you ever considered interns, like college interns or something, to assist with some of the social media posting or some of the other things? Have you considered that in the past?
Yeah, in fact, we do work with working with Pat, they had a college student that wanted to do some drone footage. So we work with them, they give us their footage, we give them that experience. It does take our people to go out with them. So we're not really saving time, we're kind of benefiting each other, but it doesn't really free up our time to do something else. We have had and currently have a photo journalist kind of helping us as a volunteer. They're going to be documenting that entire pin setter changeover. So that one's great. He's a resident. We had some upfront staff time to help him get started, but then he'll be able to run, and that one will save us time. So yeah, we are working towards that.
Director's questions? Jolene?
Just a couple. So like on our social media, Facebook, Instagram, X, how many people do we have that follow? Isn't that what we have to do? We have to get people to follow us?
Yeah, so,
Just out of curiosity.
I know E-News is about 12,000. Facebook, I don't have the hard numbers on that, but you don't have to follow them to see the posts.
It just comes up on your feed.
If you follow them, it'll come up on your feed regularly, but we're not private, so anybody can see us.
Okay.
And that's in the thousands. I don't know the
Okay.
exact number.
And then you talked about the magazine, that we're gonna go to a magazine, or that's what you're hoping to do. When you do that, what are your plans on having like you're gonna have to have an advertisement manager, and, I mean, there's a lot of different things that are gonna take over to get that magazine out. And so, I mean, if you go to the Grand and you look at their magazine, they have all types of different people that are listed. So how is that gonna help you if we hire one person? Are we gonna end up having to hire more people just to do this magazine?
So the easy transition is we stay with the current publisher, who's the independent. They subsidize the cost by putting ads in the back of the magazine, the current structure. We would just change the size, and they would continue to produce it with the ads in the back. And so we would not need an advertising manager. But if we make that transition and we're magazine style now with the independent doing those ads, it would be a very simple step for us to go, okay, you know what, we're gonna have a little advertising, not department, but we can carve off some time that if a charter club wants an ad, if one of those, you know, other organization wants an ad, it wouldn't be a full-fledged like newspaper advertising department, but we could take that on. We could end the contract with the independent if we wanted to, and then just produce it solely ourselves. Or if we really wanted to make it a budget revenue source, we could hire somebody. I think that position would pay for itself. We've had at least 3 major community surveys that have shown the Rec Center News is the #1 publication, the #1 place people get their news, which is why we get hit so often from people wanting to get their content in there. So, yeah. Quick answer is we'll make that transition, just a size formatting change right now, but it would pave the road if we want to do something in the future.
Okay, so my so the magazine style, it's not gonna be a slick copy then, correct? It's still gonna be a paper, but magazine?
There's options. We're looking at the cost on it. We're already kind of over budget because of the transition to USPS, which was beyond our control. But we could have glossy cover with bright white inside, or we could have full glossy, which would really be expensive, probably not something we're gonna do. But definitely a glossy cover. And we can, basically the person who's designing the Rec Center News now would design the new Rec Center News in a new format. But it would be quicker and easier to design because we can streamline a lot of that information in there. So he won't be spending 2 weeks on it, maybe spending a week on it, and we can free him up for some of this other stuff.
And the independent has that availability to print something like that on glossy and everything?
So if you have the new member packet, you've seen that, that's an example of their work, and that's the size that we would have.
So they do that magazine for us?
They do, yeah. But we'll go out and get 3 bids. If we go to a magazine style delivered through USPS, we'll get 3 bids and do that new.
Okay, thank you.
And so what I heard as well, Katie, just to make sure I heard it correctly, if we do stay with the independent, that model would include the ad sales that we currently receive.
Yeah, we don't get that revenue, offsets the cost.
No, but we would not have to augment our staff to see those ads continue.
No, we would just.
It gives us an opportunity for the future, right?
Yeah, we would just deal with the cost of the new printing. So if we went full glossy, it would probably be more expensive.
All right, great. Anything else, directors, on this one? Oh, John, please.
Yes, I think the board is aware that I opposed this position at our last work session. And there are several reasons why I opposed the position. Not because it wouldn't be nice to have. I think it would be wonderful to have. I think we could get a lot more stuff done. I don't disagree with that at all. I'm coming from the perspective that we're adding 6 FTEs in this current budget. We haven't never added 6 FTEs in a budget. I think 4 is the most we've ever added, so we're adding a great deal of expense, almost $300,000, in adding these 6 FTEs. I look at the other FTEs, like the ones at Lizard Acres or at the Sports Center. Those are in response to added revenues and to increase our revenues those people are covering. And the other ones that are at the rec centers, the monitors and others, they are there to provide better service to our residents. It's hard for me to argue with that. This position, though, I think is, this isn't necessary. This would be nice, but it is not necessary. And when we save $300,000 by adding credit card fees to a lot of our purchases by our residents, and then we're raising dues by $22 a month, or a year, excuse me, $22 a year. And part of that is because we're adding 6 FTEs. I oppose it on that basis. Thank you.
Yeah, no, not at all. Remember, a couple of quick things. These are important discussions to have. We're not going to finalize our decisions yet, right? But thank you very much for voicing it. I think Stephen has a response he wants to make to that.
Yeah, just in general, and just,
And we're going to go on and talk more about the rest of the FTEs, but go ahead.
so I just want to make it very clear that this is far from a nice to have. This is actually a direct result of the board's direction to me through the strategic plan to accomplish certain items. And many of those items, in fact, a big chunk of them fall in Katie's area. So this is not it'd be fun to have this kind of position or do these kinds of things. This is a response to the board's direction to me to satisfy many of the items in the strategic plan. In order to do that, it requires staff. So what she's presented is because we know from already the things that have been put on her department's plate, that we're not able to satisfy that. And so in order for me to satisfy the board's direction to get things accomplished, this is what's required, is to add this position. We would never come to the board and include a position that was simply nice to have. It is always based on necessity.
Understood. I think I would never try to speak for John or anybody, but from my perspective, it's important for the board to understand that these are in response to the strategic plan. And as Stephen and we all understand, I believe we understand, just to repeat, if we choose to change our strategic direction, there will be, or if we choose to not fund some of these positions, it will impact the ability to achieve those strategic initiatives. And I think that's what Katie was trying to point out, is certainly within our function, within our power to change our mind on those directions. That's part of what we do. Just we need to acknowledge what that is and acknowledge that we've shifted course or we've deprioritized some of what we asked for a year ago. Fair enough? Jolene, and remember, we're going to continue on and talk about the rest of the hours. Right now, we should be just talking about that PR individual. So go ahead, Jolene.
Okay, just have, okay, so you said that that person would be in charge of the volunteer program, and I thought no?
So the joke is that I left the room when they were coming with the strategic plans and they all got assigned to me and they were all doing FY 2026. The volunteer program and the grants are due in FY 2027. We will make a recommendation to the board because that is what the strategic priority says. That recommendation will probably be, hey, we should have this formal program and here's some software we could do and here's the benefits, but someone's going to have to take that program over and PR would not, including this person. So that would be a decision for the board at that time at the end of FY 27.
So the deliverable at risk, Katie, is the creation of the plan.
No, that will happen.
It's the implementation of the plan that could be at risk.
Yeah.
Okay, I needed to understand that as well.
So yeah, so this person, so they are going to take that on then, am I correct? I mean,
This position has nothing to do with the FY 28 and beyond when it comes to the volunteer program. That's a conversation for that day. When I was just trying to point that out because I think there was some confusion that the PR team would take on the volunteer program. They might, but it wouldn't be this position, it wouldn't be current staff. But I just want to draw to your attention that the strategic priority assigned to us currently is to give you a recommendation, and nothing's been decided beyond that point.
Okay, and the recommendation would still be achieved, but it's yet to be determined how to implement. And remember too, for all of us, I'm not trying to undercut, I'm trying to support what Stephen and Katie are saying. They're responding to the strategic plan that was adopted by the governing board a year ago. The incoming governing board will have the opportunity to update that again. So the priorities may shift with the shifting inputs coming in from the master plans. But just realize that what we've already authorized to be done is at risk. Jolene, It's,
Well, it
it's
says right there,
confusing.
it says volunteer program concept will do, it says
Will be
even a
developed.
new PR position. So is it another PR position? Is that what you're thinking of? I mean, I'm kind of confused because the PR position that you're asking for now gives all this stuff. Right there, it says to me that if you want a volunteer program, you're going to come back in 2028 and we're going to have another PR person. No? I mean,
Stephen, can you answer
I'm kind
that,
of
please?
confused on this.
Yeah, Stephen, can you take that, please?
So the volunteer program concept, that's due by the end of next fiscal year, this coming fiscal year, so June of '27. So what has to happen, so we have to just figure out what it's going to look like and how it's going to be managed, which we're not there at that point. The team's done some work on that, and there's some ideas of what it's going to look like. What I believe Katie's trying to say is that the struggle is that is still a requirement given to her to resolve, and without the additional staff to help out with all the other things, the things that are specifically due this year even, that can put that at risk because there's only so much capacity, there's only so much bandwidth that staff has. And without the ability to conduct all those things, something has to give. So there could be a risk to the development of that program. Now, would I let that happen? No, because the board's told me we have to, so we would, but that's just going to mean that something else is going to be lost though without this position. That there's only so much things that can be accomplished with staff that we have. And again, we wouldn't be bringing forward a staff position if it were necessary in order to accomplish all the goals that the board is wanting us to accomplish, and along with all the existing day-to-day operations that exist within that department. Katie's department does a lot. Katie, as a general services officer, it's just that, general services. That means that if I don't have another department for it to land in, it goes to Katie. And because Katie, with her knowledge and skills and abilities and the amount of time that she's had here, is a huge resource in itself. But that being said, her mere title indicates that's where if it doesn't land somewhere else, it lands in her area. So there's a lot of demands there.
We understand, Stephen, as a board, that cutting a proposed position will have an impact. I think we have to understand that. So what Katie has spelled out to us, or is trying to spell out to us, is what the impacts will be. So we do understand that. We will have to, as a board, acknowledge if we do choose to move away from funding any of these requests, there will be an impact. So we're here to understand what the impacts are and accept that. Fair enough? But there will definitely be an impact. This is not something that was just invented. And we understand that. It's a little harder for us to understand this one over some of the specifics of, as John was alluding, when we're adding hours to serve our residents, as residents, we understand what that will do. So thank you for taking the time to spell it out. Can we, directors, we can still come back to this, but I'd like to move on to the rest of the FTEs because John's already alluded to it, and I think that's a big part of the conversation too. You had another question on this, on the PR position, Ellen?
I do. I've been
Okay.
waiting very
Oh, I'm sorry. I
patiently for a
didn't
while,
see.
hoping you would turn this. This is going to be very quick.
Do you accept the nomination? No, go ahead.
I forgot that line. Katie, you've done a great job of outlining the items that position will do, and a great job of outlining the impacts if that position is not approved. What I think would respond to the concerns, I'm not going to speak for my colleague here, Director Chatton, but I think I share a little bit of his concern as well. If you go through the things that position is going to do, there's value to them. And what I'd be curious to see is maybe a quick sort of analysis, kind of like a cost benefit. Like if we add these tasks into that committee, there's value that comes back for that. And that value is then offset by the cost of what we have to incur to bring this position on. Sort of a quick mathematical analysis of how much value do we think this brings into the community versus that cost? Because I really do think there's value in this role. And I think we just have to show what that value is for adding that expense. That's my thought.
Thanks, food for thought. I don't know if that's something you can just pull off the top of your head, Stephen, so maybe it's something to consider for going into May. Fair enough? It's very hard to quantify, but I'm sure you guys can take a stab at that. We do have, I recognize we do have some questions online. Thank you, Sandra's keeping me honest, but we're going to go on and answer all the questions at the end of this topic. So,
Okay, so Sabrina unfortunately isn't here today, but I went over these notes with her, and we'll get on the facilities positions that were referenced earlier.
we'll take questions at the end of the topic, if that's okay.
Oh, I thought we were getting near the end of the talk.
Not, we're going to, hopefully we are, but we'll have director questions and then I promise we'll get to you. If you'd like to have a seat, you're welcome to, or you can stand. It's up to you.
I'll go sit down.
Thank you. She has the #1 position, by the way.
Okay, so the positions in the facilities division that we talked about earlier are really all tied to strategic priorities as well, and it's really to get more engagement with the community, more events, more exposure, and these kind of all tie together. So you've got the actual operational resources that it takes to hold these extra events and hold these extra things within the community. When I say extra, additional. And I'll talk about what the percentages are for those and what those actual operational things are. But the other side of that is how do we promote and market that as well? So in addition to these events being held and the cost that it takes to hold these extra events, we also have the additional coverage and the marketing and promotion of that, which takes a PR person. The value was determined when the strategic priority was given on
Understood.
marketing and promotion.
Yeah.
So that's the value. That's already been determined. How do we accomplish that? This is how we accomplish it. So now, this is how we accomplish the additional events. So on Sunday, for example, Sunday operational hours, we have a 44% increase, which requires a minimum of an additional 2 employees. We've added six clubs have added or increased Sunday hours, and there have been 45 added event reservations on Sundays. So when we look at reservations for residents and HOAs and all the various different types of reservations there are, and this excludes clubs, there's been a 15% increase from last year to this year in reservations. So in the scheduling department, when we're scheduling rooms and we're scheduling halls and all the things that we're doing, pavilions and things like that, this year we've gone up to 231 from 195 last year. Again, it takes time to not only for the scheduling department to book those events, but the recreation division, who handles all of these facilities themselves, have to set up and tear down and clean up when all these additional things are being scheduled. And it's our purpose. It's why we're here, and we enjoy it. But it just every little bit adds a little bit, and it adds up. So if we look at Social and Summit Hall, which are very large setups, we've had a 20% increase at the Social and Summit Hall for setups. Now, if we go to the rec center events, we've had 18 additional special events, a 27% increase. We've had 10 additional talent spotlights, a 26% increase. There's been 49 movies, matinees, and evening shows, now including popcorn, which requires some additional cleaning, unfortunately, but who doesn't love popcorn? Adding craft fairs, pop-ups. I know we're going to add an additional craft fair next year because of the success of the one this year. And Halloween in the Park is a new event. Spring Break, we're going to add more events there, and Theater Summer Series is new. Again, adding all these events requires additional cleaning. So in terms of day operations, we've added cleaning at our tennis courts, our dog parks, the R.H. Johnson pool. We've got midday locker room and bathroom checks, large club events outside of dedicated space in the events department and outdoor venues. We've got overnight operations, special deep cleaning projects that require larger equipment, tile and grout, carpet cleaning, and fitness floors, vents, and ceilings. So it's That's the reason for the additional operations staff that were referenced by Mr. Chatton earlier. And yeah, the nice thing is you get to see the impact of those events. So it's a lot easier to explain what they are and how they impact the community. But that's a summary of the additional FTEs from a facilities perspective.
Excellent. Well, I do need to thank you all for coming back and answering the questions that several of us had. I think John and Jolene and several of us had questions about specifically what are these new FTEs, what are they for, what will they do? And while we still have questions about the new PR position, I believe, are there questions on some of the rest of the new hours and new staffing to support some of the events and services, any of the other FTE? Because this is a big part of our operating budget. So, directors, any additional questions arise over these? Jolene?
Pre-COVID, were our clubs open on Sunday? Right.
That's pre-me, I'm not
Right.
sure. Yes.
Correct. And so now we are opening them again on Sunday, right? So did we never, during and after COVID, I know Beardsley was not open, correct? Yes. And Palm Ridge was not open. I know this center was open because the gates are open. So my only question is, pre-COVID, if we had enough people to take care of the clubs, how come we don't have enough people now if we're reopening up those hours that were at once there?
Staffing looked a lot different pre-COVID.
We had a lot more people.
Yeah,
There's
we had a
a
lot
slide in the deck somewhere on
Okay.
that.
Yeah. We had 322 FTEs in 2021, and prior to that, I think we were even more than that. So we've changed significantly operationally since for the last 5 years. It's just COVID was kind of a game changer, but prior to that, even if you looked at our golf staff and the maintenance staff, Todd would budget 120 people. We have 86 now. So we're completely different than we were 5-10 years ago. Yeah.
I think it's great that the clubs can be open on Sunday, because I think football season, we need to do something besides watch football.
Some of us, yeah. No, that's true, but we're hearing loud and clear, right, from all of from residents who are working longer, for residents who are playing more, and we want them to play more golf and so forth, that access to some of their clubs on Sundays is something that we've heard loud and clear, and so these are in direct response to, as John had mentioned as well, things that are obvious or more obvious in terms of how that's adding value and impacting. So yeah, during the budget presentations and so forth, there is a slide in there that shows there was a pretty steep decline during the COVID years, and we're building back. Any other questions on the recreation FTEs before we open it up? So we do have someone who is patiently waiting for a question on next year's budget. So would you like to step up now to the microphone? And we have someone online with a question as well, so thank you. And please introduce yourself by name and rec card number.
Okay. My name's Diane Landrum, 116483. And I appreciate what the board's trying to do, and I know that we need, change is always needed for future improvements, but I think the board and this gentleman here, the CFO, need to realize these changes are affecting the locals that live here. The annual fees keep going up and up and up. Mine's gone up 97% since I moved here. So all these improvements sound nice, but you need to take more consideration into, is this improvement needed, and what's the cost going to be to the local residents?
Understood.
Because there's so many people here on fixed incomes, they can't afford raising these fees because everybody's just going hog wild and having all these brain ideas on improvements. I mean, I'm paying almost $600 a year. When I moved here, it was $308. It's ridiculous how you guys keep improving things and passing the costs on to us. Some things, we moved here for us. This is the retirement community, not for outside groups to come in here and have a great time at our craft fairs. Or, I understand some things that people, we welcome people from the outside. But all these improvements, like a new cafe here in Sun City West, you're gonna have more locals from out, surprise areas, other people coming in here because it's convenient to come here because we have a great cafe now. Some things you need to just realize it's more for us, the people that
Understood.
live here.
So let me respond a bit, and your time is up, but thank you for the comment.
One more.
The nine of us on the board live here. We're all volunteer residents. I don't know if you're aware, right?
Oh, I am. I'm
So we
aware of
pay
that.
we pay the same fees. We take our fiduciary responsibility very, very seriously. We understand and appreciate and know our neighbors very well. So we hear what you're saying. We have to consider improvement as well as preservation of our assets. And I hope you understand that as well. It's a very difficult decision that the governing board has to make each year. And as we all know from our home budgets, costs do increase. So we're not making a decision today. We're considering all the various impacts as we go forward, right? So, but we hear what you're saying. We are preserving these assets for the use of our residents. Our craft fair allowed our residents to showcase their talents.
I realize that. That was just an observation I made the last time I was here. It's not like the craft fairs used to be. We could have it here in the rec center parking lot, and it was great. We had lots of people come in and sell their crafts to outsiders.
And
Now
thank
we
you.
have one little teeny tiny group at the end of the parking lot. It's just kind of a,
Well, it's the idea is to bring back the concept, and I think that we've done that. The team has started that process, wanted to see the success of that, and we'll continue to build the
well, yeah,
success
you
on
kicked
that
us
going
out of
forward.
the store here because we can't sell wares, our crafts here on property.
Thank you for your comments, and we
Okay,
really
one more-
appreciate
One
them.
more thing. I'm
You
here
have,
also about-
excuse me, I have to ask my fellow directors, do we want to allow our resident to continue? But that's our rule. We have to ask because you've had your 2 minutes. Directors, any concerns with an additional question? Then please continue.
Okay, why is the CFO getting paid so much money without you?
You don't know what the CFO is being paid, ma'am. Neither do
According
I.
to the Independent, he giving themselves a 30% increase.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, that is not true, but thank you for your comments. And please introduce yourself, sir, by name and rec card number.
William Sandifer, I think it's 3830. I'm echoing her same concerns that since I've lived, well, I mean, just in the last year, the fees of the 4.9% last year, 3.7% this year, the credit card next month, 2.5 to 3% is what, 13% in a year? And I have the same concern, 6 full-time employees here, a PR when you don't really have the following. If you ask me, I guess I come from big cities that they could have did this cost analysis that some of your board members, they did a good job at answering good questions. My first time here today, a few of you impressed me. I think his name's John Chanton. He's a favor of mine, and your new board president, he's a favor of mine. Them are great questions. That cost analysis versus them, and when you give a presentation, this guy here doesn't impress me because he didn't, and I don't know who he is, but when you give these volunteer directors a presentation, you should be more professional and give them the information to let them make great decisions. And they shouldn't have to ask you why you need these recommendations. You should be trying to fight to get them. If you believe that you need these people, you should be showing them why you need them. And I could probably, in 5 minutes,
Madam
pull up
President.
AI, and I could probably show you either,
Point of order.
Yes.
I do not believe it is appropriate for us to allow a speaker from the audience to directly and personally insult or attack individuals in the room.
I
and I'm just
concur.
saying that he
No,
should have
sir,
gave
I concur. You'll have to have a seat now. Your time is
I'll
up.
apologize to this guy. I don't know him, but you know, on that, and the question that the
Sir, your time is up. I'm going to ask you to have your seat. My name's Christine Novello. I'm the chairperson of this meeting, right? I'm your governing board president. A point of order has been made. Let me introduce our CFO, Mr. Cliff Swan. He is on staff, and he gives very competent presentations throughout. We may not agree with everything he says. Today, I specifically directed our staff to save some time by giving us just a few answers to questions, sir. It was not intended to be a full presentation. I am personally offended, and I concur with the point of order. So we're going to move on from here. We have another resident waiting to speak.
Yes, my name is Dennis Hansel, and my rec number is 111074. The governing board has a fiduciary duty to the owner members of this community. The proposed budget asks the board to approve the wages that have been previously adopted by the general manager without the board's approval as required by the bylaws. Not only did the general manager enact new wage scales, he declined to make available the data upon which the schedules were adopted. I am quite certain that a different conclusion could be made by reviewing the same documents relied upon by Mr. Erno's staff to determine wages. Management's stated purpose for increasing pay was to hire and retain qualified employees. No evidence was provided that management-level employees have resigned because of insufficient wages and benefits. In the proposed budget, the governing board has been asked to approve the implemented wage scale without the benefit of reviewing the wages and benefits paid to the various employees. To avoid breaching their fiduciary duty to the owners, who the governing board represents, the board must be assured that the wages and benefits paid to all employees are reasonable. The board needs to review the wages and benefits of all association management level employees and compare those amounts to the wages of employees of other planned communities. This will provide a factual basis for establishing compensation. Until such a review can be completed, the board should not adopt the current wage scale. Without obtaining objective evidence to support the amounts of wages and benefits, the governing board is shirking its fiduciary duty to the owner members it represents. The bylaw provision requiring board approval of salary and wages is for times such as this when a general manager enacts changes to the salary structure without board approval. I would ask that my presentation be made part of the permanent record, as well as copies of tax returns for Sun City Grand, and Sun City West that show the compensation of the CFO comparatively. I would ask for just 15 seconds to state what the
Your
tax
request
returns
is,
reveal.
your request is pending because, Mr. Hansel, you've been here many times and we appreciate your concerns. I believe we've given your concerns a lot of consideration, and we even went to the point of responding in writing to the exact same concerns, right? I hope that you had the opportunity to review that response. It is attached to our workshop where you made this presentation on the 13th, I believe, of
No,
March.
I have not seen a copy. Nothing has been
It
sent
is-
to me.
Well, it wouldn't be sent to you, sir. It's posted for the entire organization to see. So it is there in full response. So let me reply to a few before you continue.
Certainly.
So we are, the governing board is satisfied. We reviewed all of your items and made that extensive response that's posted online. We are in compliance with our bylaws. We have always been, by as long as we can see. Our bylaws require that we approve the salary policies, and we have done that by our approvals. You can go back and check our records on that. Not only are we legally compliant, we also reached out to ensure that we're compliant by process by reaching out to our public accounting firm of CLA. So they have actually included and certified that we've had no audit response, and they do look for that compliance specifically each year. This year upcoming, for this current, I can't say upcoming, for the completion of this fiscal year, which included the salary adjustments that you're talking about, that salary compensation study was authorized and approved, and the implementation was approved last year by the governing board during that budgeting process. So everything is in compliance. Now, in order to assure ourselves, to your point, that all of the that the policies have been applied, the CLA, our audit firm, will include in the scope of their audit for this fiscal year the compensation study, how it was done, and assure us by independent third-party review that all of these things were done in compliance with our expectations.
May I respond?
You have 15 seconds,
Well,
as you requested.
You took 2 minutes.
No,
I'm
not
responding to you.
because I wanted to make sure you were aware of our
First of all-
response, which is in writing to you, sir.
First of all, I question the independence. They already have a contractual relationship with us, so it's biased. Just as if the HR's study on her own wages, how can you say it's not biased? The tax return for Sun City, just one example, the CFO position was $114,000, and for the grant, I had because the individual started in the middle of the year, I had to
Excuse me,
annualize it.
directors, do we have do we have your agreement to allow Mr. Hansel to continue, or does anyone object?
I object.
I object.
So by objection, we put it to voice vote, starting with Director Williams. Shall we continue? Director Graham? And I break the tie in a no. So I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you.
Mr. Hansel, I do encourage you to please read that written report, and if you can't find it, I'm more than happy to direct you to where to find that written response to what you're saying. We understand and appreciate the concerns, and we did take the time to respond, so please see that, and if you can't find it, I'm happy to show it to you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
We have another comment. Name and rec card number, please.
Lynn Kellis, 129120, and I'm thinking that this was originally talking about hiring the FTEs in those positions.
Yeah, we're talking about the, this agenda topic is talking about next year's budget.
Thank you. I, for one, was not sure how Sundays would go. I am a member of 2 of the clubs at Beardsley, and I've got to say, it has been great having them open on Sundays. And in lieu of what you have showed us up here and all the extra duties they are doing at all the other locations, I am for hiring the extra positions. And I really admire all of your work and appreciate all you do for our community. One suggestion I do have is, let's think about trying to find another way to make up that money other than just tacking it on to the residents' fees each year. I know that that's kind of where it ends, but I don't know whether it's the visa fees across the board or something that we might be able to offset it a little bit. Anyway, just wanted to say that I know we need the help. We've been down on people for, well, since what, 20, and it's time to start getting some strength. We need to get the work done to keep our community as nice as it is. Thank you.
Any other comments on the next year's budget? Oh, I was going to go to another resident comment, but you have a question first?
Okay, I'm just kind of trying to understand this. I know, are these people already hired besides the one for the media? I mean, I know Sports Path has their person in the, okay. Are the other people, the part-timers that are at Beardsley, the cleaning and that kind of stuff?
Yeah, some of that is at a necessity. We've increased hours of current staff to accommodate those needs, and we had money in the budget to do that, operational money to do that. So when we talk about these FTE changes, we're talking about the budget last year when we put the budget together versus the budget this year. So some of these costs are baked in to the current year wages. Yes. But the positions themselves have increased hours, and we haven't executed necessarily on all positions. But the league coordinator was increased to a full-time position this year based on the needs for the sports pavilion and the increased lineage for the league play.
Okay, so my question is if they're already in our budget, I mean, we're already paying for them, they're not in our budget for next year, except for according to the budget, we're still under our wages, right? So I'm just asking, because we always have that whole question. We have 10 to 15 people that we budget for them, but we never really hire them. And if we hire them, then we'd be over budget and that kind of stuff. So do you see what I'm saying? I mean, if we already have them there,
It's not
a
a
fine
matter
line.
of,
I get it.
it's not a matter of having a certain number of positions in the budget and them never being filled. It's the turnover that happens throughout the year. Every position is filled at one point in time, but having 490 positions in a budget, you're going to have turnover in those positions. It's just the nature of the beast. That creates favorable variance in the budget. It does. But we have to put the budget together based on the needs and the desires of the community. We talk about the budget goals every year. Ultimately, the budget goal is to keep the place looking nice and provide the amenities that our golfers, that our clubs, and all of our members expect to have. And we have to put a budget together that accomplishes that. And so when we have open positions, it's not that the number may fluctuate from 8 to 15 throughout the year, but it's just turnover. It's just the nature of the beast. It really is. The fortunate thing is if we do have that savings, it goes right back into the reserve fund. And then what that does is it does impact the dues for the next year when we put the budget together. Because at the end of the day, I always say, it's always about the reserve fund. And when we have savings in the budget, it goes into the reserve fund. The savings from last year allowed us to decrease the amount of dues that were needed this year for the reserve fund. Absolutely. Well, I mean,
We can dive in more too over between now and
We'll have
May.
to agree to disagree because, I mean, from your email, which was done in 25, FY 21-22, we put in 3.2. We transferred that from our operating expense in October to our reserve fund. That's what you wrote in this email. In 22-23, we had to take out roughly $5 million, but that was the year that we did Grandview, which was going to be $8.5 million, right? So if you take that variance, we would have still we still saved $3.5 million. In 2023, we transferred over 2.2. I don't have 24-25. So for us to always transfer that much money over to our reserve fund, okay, we have to learn to live within our means, folks. Just like the lady said, we get $5 million in a year for our APFs. We have to learn to do that. And the fact of the matter is I understand we have to do the golf courses, but maybe we need to go 3 years as opposed to 2 years and let some of that go on to further people, further generations that are going to live here. And then we take right off the top, when we take our dues, we take 7.5%. That goes right into our reserve fund. So maybe that 7.5% shouldn't go into our reserve fund because it appears that we're transferring enough yearly from our operating expenses. Am I wrong? I mean,
no. So you got to keep in mind too, we have a very robust reserve study. It's got 2,000 plus items in it. The value of that reserve study is 120 million. The fully funded balance of that reserve study is 70 million. Every year we roll, just by rolling the calendar 1 year and adding 3% inflation to that, it's 2 million. So we may put 2 million in our reserve account. The amount that we have to fund in the reserve study already offset that 2 million, simply with 1 year of inflation.
And we've,
1 year of inflation.
But we don't make that in our reserve fund? In our,
Thing is, the cost of doing business, we're not immune to the rest of the world. All of the costs and increases that happen out in the real world happen here. And
so, I'm sorry, we have a couple of other, the other thing I just wanted to point out, keep me honest on the numbers, Cliff, but last year and in all previous years, Budget and Finance has done analysis on investments and all of this, right? So we actually do raise enough money each year to pay our operational expenses. So so this notion that we do need to continue to do that. We're also putting aside some money for savings for things like repair and replace and to maintain of all of our assets. I think in the interests of, you're asking some great questions that we need to dive more deeply into those between now and May so that you're satisfied. Doesn't mean that you'll agree, just saying that you need to have your questions answered. We're not going to have time to explore them all today, so let's make sure that you have the time to dive in. We have a couple of other questions over here. I saw John and I saw Nick. I don't know who had their hand up first.
Yeah.
All right, so Nick first and then John.
Yeah, I just object to the statement that we're not living within our means because parts of our annual dues goes into the reserve fund. That is normal for communities like ours. Some communities have to put even more into their reserve fund than their annual dues than we do. And I just look back, there's references made earlier by a member of the audience about Sun City and how much they pay their CFO. We know that Sun City is struggling to meet the capital requirements they need for their repair and their maintenance, never mind their improvements. Living within our means is being able to afford $11 million to do the irrigation work on a golf course every 2 years. Living within our means is being able to replace the air conditioning units on the roofs when they need replacing. If you start cutting back that surplus every year and don't put that surplus into the reserve fund, if you reduce that in 3, 4, 5 years' time down the road, we will not have the resources just to do repair and maintenance, never mind do anything new. We are living within our means when we do it, and it's a prudent thing to do.
I think Sun City has also fallen on some considerably difficult times that we're aware of. We don't wish that on any other community, but they did not live within their means by your definition. They did not put aside enough money for the future, and unfortunately, they are paying a bit of a price. But again, that's not really the relevant. John, you had a question too?
Just a couple more quick comments. One is on the fee schedule for the golf courses. It still shows $81 for both public play and member guest play. I thought we had agreed to change that to 78 and 85, but they have not been changed, so I
think when that last one was printed, we had not completed that before but yes.
Just wanted to make sure that was included.
Yeah.
And then my other comment, and I mentioned this last week, APF fees. I'm just opposed to a $200 increase. I think I think the logic of if we raise our APF fees, the rest will follow is a terrible reason to raise our APF fees. And that was the reason it was given last week. And then on top of the $200, it's proposed that perhaps we should start funding future projects that are going to come out of our study. And that would be another $300. That would be $500 increase in APF fees in a matter of a year. I would be much more comfortable with the $100, and I will certainly be voting against any anticipatory raises in our APF fees towards anything that comes out of our future planning. Thank you.
May I respond? I just, because the context
Certainly.
of my response last week was what was going to happen to the other communities in terms of what they would do. It wasn't the reason for raising the APF fees. So the reason for raising the APF fees is there's a lot of great reasons. One, keeps the dues down. Keeps the dues down because we only take 8%, 7 to 8% of our dues goes into our reserve fund. If it weren't for APF fees, our reserve fund would have to be fully funded from our dues. So there's one. The next reason is because the cost of all of these assets continue to rise. And I just stated early to Jolene, or Director Piaskowski, that just simply 1 year, rolling the reserve study 1 year adds almost $2 million in fully funded balance to our reserve study. We're number 6 on Retire Better Now for 2026. We're number 6 because the amount of amenities that we have here per member for the dues that they are paying is unmatched. It's not even close. You look at the Village, they have 300,000 people. Yeah, they're big, but the amount of amenities our members have per member is incredible. And the cost for that is extremely reasonable. Unfortunately, though, it takes a lot to maintain these facilities. Some of them are 48 years old. Sports Pavilion, the library, the social hall, R.H. Johnson. They're very old facilities. And if we're going to maintain and keep those up, we're going to have to continue to raise our fees. And if we can balance it in a way where our existing members are taking a piece of it, as well as the new members that come into this community that haven't paid one annual due at all, and haven't funded any reserve. We have to do that. That's the right thing to do. It's being a good steward and of the assets of the association. So that's the reason we do it. And yes, you can raise them too high. I wouldn't disagree with you on that. We don't want to do that. But I do know that when we raised them back in 2022, the other communities, they just raised them right up with us. So that is a byproduct of that. And I do believe that will happen. And I don't think $5,900 is going to stop someone from buying a house in this community for everything
Well,
that
we can agree to disagree on that. And I understand that costs for everything are going up and we do have to have some increases. I just think we have to limit those. And we also have to look a little deeper to where we can make some cuts in the budget instead of just assuming we're going to have more expense.
So we do have some member comments we're going to read too, but on that point, just to build on it, John, if I could, 2 different conversations that we need to have. Well, they're part of the same approval process. We need to look first at the operating budget that's been proposed to operate our facility for fiscal year 26-27. And then also consider, it is all in the same approval, don't get me wrong, but I'd like to separate the conversations going forward about how we wish to start saving for our master plan. Or when are we going to start paying for that and when do we want to start? Those are 2 different types of conversations. Please focus in on the specifics. John, you just alluded to the fact that you want to find more things to cut from the operating budget. This is the time to do that. Look for the specifics, Director. And I appreciate the fact that, John, you're one of the many directors who have taken the time to go through this line by line. Please look for the specifics. Identify the specific areas that you have some concerns with so that we can understand them. If there is a cut to be had, you need to be specific about where you think that can come from or what you want to see happen. Yeah. It doesn't happen today. I'm just saying between now and May, right? We have a lot more to go through. Fair enough? You've done
I'm just
a lot of
curious.
that.
I'm not on the Budget and Finance Committee, but how many cuts were proposed to the Budget and Finance Committee during your budget negotiations?
Ann, you can answer that. Has your committee come up with anything to reduce on the operating budget?
On the operating budget, the one item that we were focused in on was the credit card charges. By eliminating the credit card charges, that was a huge huge cost savings. In addition to, as we went through the various expenses for replacing some of the golf equipment, the necessary, we deferred a lot, and we were able to eliminate some items. We were also able to eliminate some costs by outsourcing certain functions, but rather than bringing on more FTEs, such as cleaning of the bathrooms at the golf courses and a few of the other locations. So there were a number of areas where there were cost savings found, but the one thing I can't save money on is the fact that minimum wage is going to go up by, X amount of money this next year. So even if I don't change, if I don't add any FTEs, my budget that's in place is still going to rise. And even if I don't do anything more, APS is going to provide some additional expense by raising our electric bill, right? So there were certain line items that we knew we couldn't have any effect on that were going to cost us more money. The items where we thought we could find cost savings for, we certainly went after those items.
I'm sorry to interrupt. It seems like there might be an accident in the front lobby. Is everything okay? Do we need to take a break? But she's being assisted right now? Okay, I just wanted to ensure. Okay, no, I just wanted to ensure that if we needed to call we could. Okay, thank you. So that was a little, I was a little distracted, but thank you for the answer, Ann. We do need to dive more deeply into the recommendations of Budget and Finance, but I hope that helped. Okay. So let's go to some of the resident audience questions that were put in online. So you can maybe read them one by one. I know that there might be one person that's put in several, but that's okay.
Mary Gannett asks, have you reached out to Photography Club to get content for the e-news website and the social media posts? I think they would be happy to assist, and I'm sure they're very capable. She has another comment that says, salaries are a concern. Have we, in the recent years, had an outside consultant come in and do an employee salary study? Do the management credentials match the positions held? When was it last done? And then she sends another one. It's disappointing that you do not allow Mr. Hansel to finish his point. You may be voting to approve the budget, but did you actually vote to approve the increase on the salary ranges? And then Ed Westfall, well, this goes to a different topic. So do we have input on those, or?
I'll look first to Stephen. Had we ever considered looking for volunteer assistance from our photography club?
I don't have a definitive answer, but I believe that we've had some assistance from them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Volunteers from the photography club who's documenting the pin setters, for example.
Yes.
I think the second point was about, did we authorize the salary study? And we did. When we went back and we looked through all of our meeting minutes, meeting notes, et cetera, we did authorize both the conduct of the compensation study and the implementation. As I endeavored to cover earlier, we've looked to how will we be satisfied to ensure that that was implemented appropriately, and we will be utilizing the services of our certified public accountants, CLA, to include that in the scope of their upcoming audit for our regular operations. I understand and appreciate your disappointment in terms of hearing the rest of our resident, Dennis Hansel. The increase, I believe it was the increase on wages, the increase on ranges. Again, as I just mentioned, by our meeting minutes and notes, we did authorize the general manager to go forward and to implement the salary study, and the governing board will be taking on board the observation and the third-party input from our CLA to determine how that, to ensure that that was implemented appropriately and in alignment with our expectations and with the process that was outlined to us in January. I think that answers most of those questions, Sandra, and then we went on to another one.
This is from Ed Westfall, 115-908. The 26-27 bowling budget is forecasting $25,000 in increased lineage. How does this justify the position for a bowling league coordinator?
That's for Stephen or Cliff?
So this year we had increased lineage to justify the position alone. And then on top of that increased lineage, this year we'll have an additional 25,000 lines of bowling. And that's really, that additional lineage for bowling was really due to closures that are happening, that happened and are gonna happen in this current year.
That's it. All right, so that does it. Any other questions in the room from our residents? So, so directors, again, what we need, our responsibility, because we have about 4 weeks or so. Our bylaws say by the end of May, we approve our budget. The date on our calendar is at our May 21st meeting. So we have about 4 weeks left to continue to ask questions and get answers so that we're ready to make our final decisions on the operating budget. Great start, but again, we're looking for continued specifics. Not just a simple, we want it to be lower, but I think we need to see more of the specifics. Cliff was very helpful to hear and see some of the presentations over the past 2 days. I think it's a lot of detail, and what the directors, I'm going to ask you to please focus on some of those high-level points that Budget and Finance through Ann just pointed out. What are some of the key drivers of the cost increases so that we're trying to evaluate where the opportunities would be if that is what we're looking for. If there are opportunities, there are some things that we cannot influence, other things we may be able to. So take a look at those. We'll be prepared to discuss those over the coming 2 weeks going into our workshop. We've been going for a little while. I would like to continue because I believe we still have someone who fell in the front foyer, so we may not be able to take a break at this moment, correct? And that person is being assisted. So let's continue to move on, directors, and we'll move on to our item 4.04, one of our other favorite recurring topics in addition to salaries. We'll talk about the R.H. Johnson pool deck. This is something that we've been talking about at several meetings in a row. Our capital improvements project manager, Herschel Workman, is not available today, so I believe we'll get our updated report following up from our last meeting. That'll come in from Russ Boston, our maintenance manager.
Okay, I'm going to do a quick summary first, and then Russ will be able to answer any questions
thank you, Cliff.
from a maintenance perspective and a project perspective. But we've gathered a bunch of information. We've done some site visits of the 2 different types of surfaces. Excuse me. One of the surfaces that we're analyzing, directed from the board, is travertine, and the other surface is a coating of the existing concrete, which is a plastic type coating, a plastic bead. It's called Aquaflex. And so we've done our analysis on that, and we have a recommendation between the two operationally, and just want to go through a summary of that. So operational considerations, when we're looking at pool decks, these are really the things that we're looking at from an operational perspective, considerations. One, we want to get a tried and tested product. We want to make sure that the company that we use is a sound company. We didn't have good luck on that last time. So we want to make sure that this time we're looking at that. I know it was looked at last time, but we just want to make sure we're considering that as well. We're looking at pool closure and downtime operationally, how long it's going to take and what that looks like. From a safety perspective, we're looking at heat resistance. Again, safety, we're looking at look and feel, make sure that it looks nice. Of course, it needs to be functional, but it also needs to look nice. So we're looking at that. We're looking at the warranty, the lifespan, and finally, just the cost and recurring costs. So the cost to install it and also the cost to keep it up. So those are the things that we're considering and looking at the surfaces. When we look at Aquaflex and Travertine, just doing a comparison, really the only difference in terms of the product itself is, the natural stone will last longer, but they really check all the boxes in terms of what we're considering, in terms of maintenance, the surface temperature, slip resistance, the safety, and the durable life. They really are two good services. When we look at the life, the Travertine, we estimate 25 years on the life. The cost, which includes tearing out the existing concrete around the pool that's currently covered with the EPDM rubber product, will need to be removed in that project. And then there's an ongoing maintenance of a yearly sealing the surface, the Travertine surface, of about $20,000 per year. So if we look at a 5-year cost, so if we take that $75,000 cost divided by 25 years and multiply it times 5, and then add $20,000 per year for the maintenance, it's approximately $245,000. That's the 5-year cost to the association. From the Aquaflex perspective, it has stated to have a 15-year useful life. So at a cost of $625,000, we've updated that from last time. The original estimate was $500,000, but after they came out, walked it, looked at the coping and what extra would be needed there. There was some drainage and drain tiles and things that would need to be addressed as well. That cost came in at $625,000. No addition, of course it requires maintenance, but no additional maintenance like a sealing or anything like that. It's the life of that product will hold up without any additional maintenance in terms of a yearly periodic maintenance. So anyway, the 5-year cost would be approximately $208,000. So from an operations perspective, Travertine and Aquaflex are durable, safe, and easy to maintain. That said, we would recommend Aquaflex deck solution for the following reasons. One, it's a lower cost to maintain. Travertine requires yearly sealing at an additional cost of $20,000 because of its porous nature. Lower risk and safer. We feel that Aquaflex is its slip resistance combined with the consistent and softer surface that will keep our members safer and insurance claims down. Overall project cost and savings on install. Aquaflex utilizes the existing concrete deck. Installing a Travertine deck requires tearing out the existing concrete deck, creating a risk of damaging plumbing and pool liner, resulting in additional cost. And then finally, facility closure time for project. And this is a big one for us because we're going to hear it when the facilities are closed. So that's why we included it. Aquaflex is about a 30-day install. Travertine is a 90-day install. So having the facility closed for 30 days versus 90 days, we feel that's a benefit as well. So that's our operational recommendation. And then, so we're here to answer any questions, and Russ, from a maintenance and an install perspective, with his 34 years of experience, can certainly field any of that.
Thank you. A couple of quick reminders for us and for our residents as well. We're not going to, our goal in this process, specifically our goal today, is to identify a capital dollar amount to be included in the 26-27 financial plan. So we don't have to make a final decision today, but it was important for us to understand the operational recommendations and to appreciate the costs as well as any risks. Whatever we choose, there's no perfect solution, but there'll be risks associated with either. And if you could back up one slide for us too, it's not that there's no difference between these two, but you can see that in general, we're looking at a difference an initial cost difference here by projections of our team. But other than that, it's pretty similar in terms of the cost itself that we're looking to discuss today and to lock in on. One question I had either for, and it's, I know that Aquaflex is a new product that you're evaluating. We heard about it together with you. Didn't we hear that there would be additional maintenance or that there's an ongoing support need that we have to have?
That was, I believe that was an option, that was optionally available to us if we wanted to extend that warranty out. That was something that they could write into the contract.
And the initial warranty for this product was, again, how long was that?
3 years.
So after 3 years, there may be some additional maintenance, wouldn't there be? Or I'm a little...
Maintenance-wise, as far as repairs go, that would be a simple, it would be a simple task of ours to go in and cut, remove any damage and replace it as we do the PDM rubber. I believe, if I remember correctly, they would come out on a yearly basis and do a cleaning. I don't think we need that either. Some of the things that we have noticed as we've gone to all these different sites is they don't clean as well as we do. So I don't think we'd need the extra. If that's all they're going to do is clean, if they're not going to seal, there's no need for them to come out and do our job, because I think Sabrina's folks do a fine job.
So, say that again?
There's no
Cliff?
additional
No
sealing
additional sealing? And I know that several of us, we've all been taking the research very seriously. Most of us actually went and looked at a travertine deck that's nearby, as did you folks as well. We haven't yet looked in person at an Aquaflex deck, but we've seen some of that. So, Alan, you had your hand raised. I'm sure we're going to have a bunch of questions and comments here.
First, I appreciate the analysis, and thank you guys very much. I think you've done a good way of bringing these down into a concise format. I'm similar to President Novello. Well, I don't know whether or not we need it. When we met with the Aquasource folks out at RH Johnson, they did say that there was a 3-year application that kind of refreshes the surface, brings some of the color back, and extends the warranty. I think in fairness, we probably ought to just have that in there, even though it's an option. In theory, sealing your travertine is an option too. We probably would do it. I know the facility we all toured did not, and it shows. But just out of fairness, I think we ought to, I think it was of a similar cost is kind of where I'm going. So I don't think it changes the analysis, but I do see that. A group of us did meet with the Masters swim team. We did show them representations of both, and they were receptive. Their analysis came out similar to yours. They were receptive to both. They did have one suggestion, and I'm going to throw it out here, which is if you did decide to do travertine, you being the board and you guys, to reduce the risk to the pool, their suggestion was to go back 18 inches and cut the concrete there, and then maintain the current concrete surface with an epoxy coating going around the coping. I don't know anything about whether that's doable, but I thought the suggestion was worthwhile in terms of reducing the risk of damage to the pool, because nobody wants to damage that pool. First of all, it's too gorgeous. Second of all, we don't want to have to deal with it. But I think you've done a good analysis of this overall with that one possible addition.
Any thoughts on the suggestion that, it might be a little too soon to respond, but in terms of mitigating some of the risks, do you think that that's something that is a plausible mitigation?
My concern is, again, I was here when we did the full replacement of concrete. This was prior to the remodel that we see today. When they did the demo and got anywhere near the pool, and you speak of that distance, when you saw cut that chunk that's left, it's hanging over. Even though it's only a little bit, it's still hanging over, and it is not attached to the pool. So the pool structure is built first, concrete goes over top. And so like on my end of things, we're constantly dealing with an expansion crack. We have to get in there and seal all the time, but it's important that those two move independently. That's the piece that fell off into the shell, because there's it now becomes free floating. So I'm not sure how that works from an attachment standpoint if we start modifying it. Yeah.
Fair enough, thank you.
Mhm.
Questions yet? No, we've taken a lot of time to look at this, so
You
yeah,
know,
go ahead, Jolene, please.
The travertine pavers we saw out at Wigwam, I would be horrified if I was the manager of that historic building, because that's how bad it looked. Now, I have travertine by my pool. I think it's very hot when it's 115. I have seen the Aquaflex up in Las Vegas. I've been to some pools with it. Do I remember if it's hot? I don't. I'm sure it is warm to the touch, that's without a doubt. And I know one of the questions or one of the things that was brought up at Wigwam is that they liked it because they can get to their plumbing or whatever they have to do with the pools. How often does that happen for us, Russ? Does that happen a lot, that we have to like rip something up to get to whatever we have to, or is it just pipes underneath that and we can just flush it out? Or
Once a year, give or take, depending.
okay,
Spas, pools, things move, pipes break.
okay. So, I mean, it's not anything, out of the ordinary.
No, and so the last one I can remember was the indoor spa at Johnson, which is all tile.
Okay.
They pinpoint almost exactly where the problem is, so that their penetration is very small. We remove the deck surface back a little further, and then when they're done, we put the tile back, and you can't even tell where it is.
Okay, so the pavers, we know you can do that. Now, the Aquaflex, if you had to do that, is your team available to learn how to repair that little area?
We already know how, because it's the same
Process?
principles as
Okay.
the rubber. Yeah, we were
Okay.
trained. Matter of fact, we just recently did Palm Ridge patches 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
And we have more to do.
The other thing I need to make sure that our board and our management team looks at is, we know that we've got the R.H. Johnson pool, and we know that we also are going to have the Palm Ridge pool, and we know that the Palm Ridge indoor pool, or indoor pools, it's not good to do the travertine pavers. That's my understanding. So do we want to make sure that we are consistent at all our pools? So if Sabrina has to move cleaning crew from R.H. Johnson to Palm Ridge, that's an easy fix, as opposed to saying, oh, you can't go there because that's travertine and you don't know how to do that. I'm just saying, do we want to keep it consistent? Would it be easier for you guys to do that?
That's always going to be a bonus. In the big scope of things, we make the correct decision that the product performs the way we want it to perform. Yes, we would want that at all places. Mm-hmm.
No, great, thanks, great questions, because that's pretty much what we saw. In terms of the risks that you had outlined as well, or alluded to here, Cliff and Russ, there are some, is there a difference in terms of risk rating from our insurance companies on, would there be an impact to our insurance?
Pose that question to Cincinnati, who's our current insurance carrier, and they've said that both surfaces were good surfaces, but their preference, because of the safety nature of not only the slip coefficient, but also the softness of the covered Aquaflex, they preferred that. But they said that both surfaces were certainly acceptable.
So again, remembering directors, that our goal today is to come up with a dollar value, frankly, for what to put into our budget for next year. Are there any concerns or questions about moving forward with replacing the pool deck at Palm Ridge, I'm sorry, R.H. Johnson? That's what's on the deck for next year. Rudy, do you agree? Is this something that we need to do? So no concerns about putting an amount into the capital budget, yes? So, yes, Alan?
So to your question about, yes, I agree, we should, if we're going to do this, we should do it right, do it once, get it done. I have, and I know many members of this board have had people in the community come up and ask, are there other options? And, if you look at Johnson Pool, the biggest area of wearing, of inappropriate wearing is around the coping, around the edges, and around the ladders and so forth. And they're saying, well, the other part of the deck looks pretty good. The truth of the matter is, yes, it does look better, but it's already showing evidence of wearing out and of separating and so forth. And if you look at what we've been through with R.H. Johnson, we've had to close that pool multiple times that we wouldn't have to do if we had the right surface on there and we didn't have the issues we had. And so, I just want to let folks know that the reason we're looking, at least in my opinion, at doing the whole pool is, one, we know we're going to need to do it in a short run for the remainder of the pool if we only did part of it. And two, we don't want to impact the community anymore. This is our biggest used asset. And so if we're going to get this and get it done, we need to get it done and get it done right. And we need to do it in a way that avoids the issues we're having now. So in answer to all the questions that I'm hearing, I just wanted to point that out.
Thanks. And again, we want to make sure we're doing it right, doing it once. It's something that both the operations team and the board took on as our top priority from the fall forward. That said, there's no perfect answer here. There are pros and cons. I think, Jolene, you referred to the fact that we live in an extreme environment, and the fact that no matter what we put down, there's going to be heat, and we're going to feel it. It's a matter of being able to improve what we currently have, which is extremely hot. So we're looking for the best balance of all of these considerations, and appreciate that. Before we open it up for more questions, go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that the price we have here on the travertine is for the best quality travertine, because the one we saw this week down at Wigwam has been etched and pockmarked and eroded. Some of them to the point where some of the blocks, the surface had been eroded and it was 1/2 inch to 1 inch lower than the neighboring blocks around it, because they don't seal it for whatever reason, and it's not tumbled.
So sealing will not stop that from happening. That's erosion. That's time. Time and use makes that happen.
And that was only, what, a 15-year-old deck? So
I believe it was 11. Yeah, the oldest portion was 11. The newer section was 2.
Yeah. So I'm looking. I mean, you could replace those individual blocks on an ongoing basis when that happens. But again, we're adding into the periodic maintenance cost. And is 25 years realistic if this one's looking terrible after 11?
Well, and in our investigation, it was pointed out to us that it's like what we do with carpet and tile. When you're putting in something new, we have to have a certain amount of replacement at the same time purchased and stored somewhere, because when they go and mine this stuff, once they pull it and it gets sold, it's done. So if you need more and you don't have enough, they're mining from somewhere else and it could look totally different. So that's something to keep in mind as well.
Quality of the travertine, the quote that we were given was a grade A or grade 1 quality. Now, there are different color variations and cost differences between the different types of travertine, so that could fluctuate. But it was a top tier.
It was tumbled.
Travertine.
Tumbled as well, correct? Or
I don't know it's beveled. I know it's beveled.
Yeah. Beveled and polished. I couldn't see them tumbling a tile because I think it would break.
Yeah. I think it's beveled for extra safety. So if you do have a little bit of an uneven surface, the beveling helps with that. We discussed that.
It looks like it's etched to make it less smooth, so it's got more slip resistance. Yeah.
So that's another disadvantage about sealing. So you get something that needs to be sealed for stains, but then by adding the seal, it adds to the slipperiness of the finished surface.
Then it gets hotter.
And just to be clear as well on the cost, did you want to add that point first, Sandra?
With regards to the travertine, I've also had it and also have dealt with sealing or not sealing. It's a penetrating sealer used on stone, and it's absorbed in. You can't even touch or tell that it is, but you can see when something's spilled, it's less apt to suddenly saturate through but there's no sheen or no anything on it. It maintains just like it was.
Right, but its ability to be resistant to moisture keeps the moisture on the tile, which adds to the slipperiness of the surface. That's all I was pointing out.
Well, but then you've got the grout lines to where water or whatever can go right there too. But,
Yeah,
you know, we've asked, but not had someone brought with regards, like we did with the Aquaflex, to have someone come speak with us about the travertine, because we're also aware of different quarries, depending on where in the world that you get it. Some aren't as pitted, some, you know, there's a big difference.
Absolutely.
And
Right. We have some time to set those up, I presume, right?
Yep.
And the
Absolutely.
725 that's in the estimated scope here, that would, I believe you said it, I believe it would include the demo and removal of the existing concrete, yeah?
And there's some contingency in there as well. So for things like new rails, and if we can't reuse the starting blocks and things like that. So those are some other costs built in there.
More questions?
That would though be built in both of them, correct?
Well, we wouldn't replace those things with, with the
not-
existing, yeah.
Okay, so when we met with Aquaflex, you guys, you know, the top deck that's under, is that 625 including that? No, we're not gonna replace that top deck either way, because it's
No.
still good.
It's stained concrete.
Oh, it's stained concrete. Okay, I don't know that.
The top deck is the one that's under the little
Yeah.
overhang, right?
That's
we
where
have
all the
fire
wicker
pits.
furniture is. Yeah, was there a fire pit? There might be.
Yeah, there are fire tables there.
And there's two.
Others others over here? Okay.
Benefit to the cooling on the travertine is you actually get it, the ground cools it from underneath. That's why it stays a cooler surface, really, the biggest benefit.
I'm gonna just have to just take a little step back there. It's a natural stone, so when our low is everyone's high in the rest of the world is 90, that stone does not cool off at night. So, you know what I'm saying? I mean, yeah, it still
Absolutely.
gets warm to the, I mean.
No, it
to your
does, everything
toesies.
does. but
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure we have more, but are there residents in the room who have questions for us on the pool? Okay, so we have someone coming, and there's someone who's already put in a question online, so we'll start with that first and then go to in-room.
Okay, Mary Gannett has wrote back, she said, on the increased salary ranges, did the governing board see the specific details of the survey? For example, who was surveyed? Were they most local companies similar in nature, yes or no?
And Mary, if you wouldn't mind, I'm going to just defer that for a moment because we'll stick to the questions on the pool deck first. And then we'll answer that one. If you can hang with us, we'll answer that one as we're wrapping up the meeting in a little bit. So hang in there.
We'll then take the rest of these.
Yeah, but
Okay.
there seems to be a couple of questions on.
That's not about the cool deck.
This one was. Oh, no, it's not?
Here, we can flip it so you can watch it.
This one right here is, I'm sorry.
Should I go ahead with his 2 paragraphs before it?
No, that's okay.
Okay.
Thank you. We have so many comments online. Thanks, Sandra. There's one that pertains directly to the pool deck, I think. So let's go to that one first, and then we'll go to the others.
All right, this is
Later.
from Bruce Lees, 135422. Strongly recommend and encourage the redo to occur during the cooler months when the snowbirds are gone and the full-time residents can still have a full-size pool during the summer.
One of the things that we had looked at when we were talking with both Aquaflex and some others was the timing. And I believe, Cliff, you can, or Russ can back me up on this, but I think we all agreed that while technically feasible, we all felt that it would be prudent to schedule this during the cooler weather time, yes?
Yeah, I would say travertine you could probably do whenever you want. Aquaflex does require a lower temperature, so uh, for a better install, a smoother install, I was talking about trial marks and things like that with the heat.
Thanks for that comment, and thank you, Sandra. I thought that they were all pertaining to the pool, but I didn't realize. The rest of the comments that are online are all related to the budget, so we will come back to those. So at the microphone?
Hi, Kathy Estes, 131671. So a question about the Aquaflux. 15 years, it's plastic. Do you take it out? Does it go into the landfill? Do you have to replace it? And what's the cost of that at 15 years?
I'm not sure. They could scrape it off. So they have to scrape the rubber off. It's a very similar process to scrape that surface off. What they do with it afterwards, I'm not sure. But that was one of the benefits, talking about plastic. He said, have you ever seen a plastic bottle in the desert? Other than the wrapper being off of it, it looks pretty much like it did when it got dropped there. So that's why this product is a good product, because it can withstand the elements and the things. But as far as what they do with it when they scrape it off, I'm not sure.
But then they scrape it off and it has to be replaced. You put
Yes,
new
absolutely.
Aquaflex
Oh,
down.
yes.
So
Oh, yes.
you're looking at another $625,000 in.
Yes.
You mean in 15 years when it's up
Yes.
for?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Well, I don't know, I think what, Cliff, you were referring to what we would do with the rubber duck, scraping it off, no? Or?
No, it's
the other
scraped
one?
off in a similar fashion.
Okay.
Yeah.
What we did get a list from that particular vendor of, a lot of properties that they have installed at. Some of those have been in place for quite a long period of time. But we're most interested in how the more current implementations are holding up and faring, because the formulation has changed a little. So, but even the older formulations are holding up very well over time, as I recall. Any other questions about the pool deck? So the next steps on pool deck for us would be, Sandra's keeping an eye on that for us. So thank you though, Stephen. We have another comment online?
This is.
She doesn't have it on
This
her.
says, it's Bruce Lee's. We already spent $250,000 on a failed product with an inexperienced, now bankrupt company. Now the cost to replace is 2.5 times the cost to replace again in another 4 years. Is that right?
Not 4 years.
Oh, no, make it right, he says.
There is a cost to make this right. We've acknowledged that all year. There isn't anything further we can do with the existing product. We've exhausted all those possibilities, and we acknowledged, going all the way back to last August, September, when we were talking about this, we've acknowledged that we exhausted those possibilities, and we need to now look at making it right. So we acknowledge, yes, that that investment did not weather as well as we wanted it to and as well as we expected. And now we're determined to do this right so that we're not back here in a few years. All joking aside, we acknowledge as directors that some of us have had their names associated with those decisions over the years. And, speaking as one such director, we always take that responsibility very seriously, but I really am determined to ensure that we take every possible option to make the right choice now. We acknowledge that it is an additional implementation, yes. Anything else come in online?
I have one, but it's to do with the budget.
Okay, we'll come back to the budget questions in a moment. Thank you. We have a whole series of them on the budget, so we'll come back to those budget questions at the end of the meeting. Directors, our next step here we're going to take a break in a moment, but our next step will be to move forward with a budget amount. Is everyone okay with taking the larger of the two capital items as we're in budgeting? We're not authorizing or recommending an approach, but the larger of the two is the 725. And it's that would enable us to move forward into the budget modeling phase of next month with the highest possible impact for now until we move forward and make a decision. Any challenges with taking the higher number for today? It does not imply that we've made a decision, though. John? John's looking at me. Is that okay? All right. So we'll take the higher. I just wanted to make sure. So consensus, then we'll take the higher of the dollar amounts. We'll see that as we go forward. We're at 11:25. We're going to take a break until 11:30 Mountain Time, and then we'll come back at that point. So folks, it's 11:33. I know that we're still taking our seats up here, but I'm going to call us back into order. Our directors are still returning to their seat, but we have quorum enough to resume. So we're going to move on at this point and start going into the capital budget line items. But we're going to start off by talking about our, in 4.05, talking about our sports pavilion and our table lighting. I'm going to turn this motion to Director Jolene Piaskowski.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Christine. Okay, so facts and finding on a $50,000 new sports pavilion billiard table, lighting approval.
Could you, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Jolene, could you make the motion first and then explain?
Will do.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, I move that the governing board approve the general manager's request for funding in the amount of $50,000 from this year's capital improvement budget, anticipating savings to complete the project for 25-26.
Excellent. Do I have a second? Thank you, Ellen. So now, please explain. This is going to be a little, directors, bear with it.
No, it's
It
gonna
might
be
be a little
quick.
confusing, but
It's gonna be quick, kind of.
I think
Okay,
so.
So they want a new light in the billiard room, and they put up one that was a perimeter light. We surveyed the people, the members that used it. The survey came back that they didn't really care for it. I had a meeting with Stephen Erno and Terry West and Gary, and we asked them to look for another light that would match the table, the diamond table, and come back with that. And I believe that came back within the budget, correct, Cliff?
Yeah, so we originally priced out a light. So the idea is to update the room, the billiards room, and that's really been our mission this whole fiscal year. And so we presented a couple of options. At the end of the day, it was about a coin flip. People liked it. Some people didn't like it. It was about a 50-50 response. And so we went back out to find another light. That light, which is a diamond-specific light, is a diffused light as well, unlike the perimeter light, which the hardcore billiards players wanted that feature. So the good thing is it's easier to install than the perimeter light. So what we saved on installation almost fully offset the cost difference in the light itself. It's about the same price. We had $46,000 for the other light. This one's $50,000. But so that's the difference on the lights. The reason for the facts and findings is so that we can, during the closure for the pin setters, that we could take in that same time and perform the light exchange so that we didn't have to close the billiards room in next year's project. So we're asking to move this project up, and we have savings in the capital improvement budget of approximately $260,000 for this year, and then it can be stricken from next year's budget and done at the same time as the pin setters.
So assuming we move forward, directors, depending on the vote, if we approve the implementation this year, not only does it take advantage of some of the closure time and so forth, it also means that when we do the rest of our votes on, we will remove that item from next year's capital budget later. But that's what I meant by, there are two motions on here for lighting. So just in case you were wondering what in the world was going on, we talked about it last time, but just to reiterate. So Jolene, any?
Correct. So the committee really likes the new light, the more diffusible light. I did see this light over at Grand. It is a diamond light, but it is suspended just like what we're going to do here. Right now, our light is suspended by two brown poles, which really makes that room not modernized. So anyway, that's it.
So this is a committee recommendation. It's something that you've seen. I didn't have a chance to go and see it at the Grand, unfortunately, but it is a nice, when I saw pictures of it.
Well, and okay, so the fact of the matter is the lights that are up there now, the rumor has it is the reason they have the two brown poles is that's how they were hung before, and they didn't hang them from suspension, right? But the lights over at Grand, they might not be the newer lights. They might be the lights that we have. They are suspended, and the room looks very nice. I have pictures if you guys want to see it. But
Trust
yeah,
you. I
it looks-
trust
mean,
your committee's
You
recommendation.
just don't have that eye, you know, it just goes all the way. Your eye just flows the whole room. So,
So,
yeah.
directors, are we ready to put this to a vote? Are there any questions? Any comments from our residents? Anything come in on the lighting online? Okay. So wonderful. Please reread your motion, Jolene.
Okay. I move that the governing board approve the general manager's request for funding in the amount of $50,000 from this year's capital improvement budget anticipated savings to complete the project in FY 25-26.
Excellent. And and we'll start the voting with you, Jolene, since you made the motion.
I say yes.
And Rudy, we'll go to you next.
No.
And Kay? Nick?
Yes.
Alan?
Yes.
Yes?
And John?
Yes.
Sandra?
Yes.
The ayes have it. So we've approved replacing these lights with current year dollars. Thanks so much. So directors, when we are going through some of our other items, I'll call that one out. And in terms of what we would need to remove from next year's budget. So thanks. We're moving on to item 4.06. Before we make the motion, I just want to explain for those of you new to the process, we have a consent motion, which means everything other than the items we identified for special vote. We've identified 10 items that we'll vote on individually. The rest of those items in our capital improvement project budget are therefore going to be voted on by consent as a group. So, and then we'll go on and talk about all of the items that are specified. We'll talk about and vote on each of the others one by one. So with that, item 4.06, I turn to Ann Becknell, our treasurer, to make this motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mill. I move that the governing board approve in total the capital budget items for projects or expenses in the amount shown in the FY 2026 to 27 capital budget of items 50,000 and over, with the exception of the R.H. Johnson Courtyard renovation, master planning and design, website redesign and member portal integration, Grandview and Pebblebrook Golf Course driving range ball dispenser covers, R.H. Johnson pool deck surface, R.H. Johnson platform tennis court renovations, Palm Ridge swim and fitness flooring and shower room tile replacement, R.H. Johnson lecture hall flooring and carpet replacement, sports pavilions, billiards, table lighting, and Coots Stardust Theater entry door replacement, and request the general manager to include this project and the amount in fiscal year 2026-27 financial plan for the governing board approval.
That was a mouthful. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Alan. So again, I had explained before the motion was made what we're about to do. And this is for everything other than the 10 items that we're going to be moving forward on. We vote to have these items moved into the budget as is, those line items and the projects themselves moved into the budget for our final review next month. Are there any, are we ready to put that to a vote, or any questions on the process or the motion itself? Any questions from our residents? I presume nothing online yet on that item? Okay. We'll come back to that then. So then we will reread that mouthful of emotion, Ann, and then we'll put it to a vote. Thank you.
I move that the governing board approve in total the capital budget items for projects or expenses in the amount shown in the FY 2026-27 capital budget of items 50,000 and over, with the exception of the R.H. Johnson Courtyard renovation, master planning and design, website redesign and member portal integration, Grandview and Pebblebrook Golf Course driving range ball dispenser covers, R.H. Johnson pool deck surface, R.H. Johnson platform tennis court renovation, Palm Ridge swim and fitness flooring and shower room tile replacement, R.H. Johnson Lecture Hall flooring and carpet replacement, sports pavilion, billiards, table lighting, and Kuntz Stardust Theater entry door replacement, and requested the general manager to include this project and amount in the FY 2026-27 financial plan for governing board approval.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ann. So we'll start the voting with you. Please, Ann.
Yes.
John?
Yes.
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 Nick?
Yes.
And Alan?
Yes.
The ayes have it. Thank you very much, directors. We're moving on to the fun stuff, the one by one. So we're going to start with each of those items that we identified for discussion when we were talking last time. We'll start at item 4.07 with the R.H. Johnson Courtyard renovation. John, could you please read the motion for us?
I will. I move that the governing board approve the capital budget item for R.H. Johnson Courtyard renovation in the amount of $125,000 as shown in the fiscal year 26-27 capital budget, and request the general manager to include this project and amount in the 26-27 financial plan for the governing board approval.
Excellent. Do I have a second?
I second.
Thanks, Ann. So real quick, John, this is something that we've all heard about quite a bit. It's fun. You want to give a quick overview well, I don't know about fun. It's essential. Sorry about that. Quick overview of what your committee came up with on this one?
Well, the Properties Committee, after going to some other facilities and seeing what kind of furniture they had and looking at what we have over at Kuntz, thought that the R.H. Johnson Courtyard furniture certainly needed updating. It was originally thought maybe we'd do it for $50,000 or $75,000. After we got some more quotes on some better furniture, we chose to recommend that we have $125,000 in the budget.
And the AI renderings look really interesting as well, and basically that's what we have in terms of scope. Directors, are we ready to put it to a vote, or do we have any questions for? Go.
Okay, I just want to make sure, Russ, when we do that courtyard, we're painting over that mural, correct? No, we're not going to paint over that. I mean, are we updating? This is just for furniture, right? But I mean, we need to make sure that it's a whole scope, right? Because we just can't add furniture and not paint that mural and update the bathrooms, give it a fresh coat of paint, that kind of thing. I don't know how that goes and when that goes, because we can have a great courtyard, but someone walks into the ladies' bathroom. I don't know if you haven't been there, Cliff. I know that for sure. But it is kind of.
But that's not the scope of this is not to renovate everything. It's to update the look and feel of that courtyard. I don't know if we have the presentation. We can put
But when does that happen? Do we have anything like that?
It's not in the scope of this
Okay.
project.
Okay.
Not to my memory. Do we want to call that up so we can see there's just a few from the presentations that we've had on SIP, and if it's not there, it's okay.
Sabrina gave us several potential renditions, and the Properties Committee asked to see the final presentation before any of that was ordered so that we could approve that. So that's where we're at.
And I do remember last meeting, I was going to say last week, but whenever it occurred, the committee would like to see some of the designs and request that it be professionally designed, as I recall, correct? And the governing board had agreed with that. But beyond that, it's really just a quick update, relatively quick update of the exterior and furniture and lighting. Do we want to call that up and see it, or did that answer your question, Jolene, in terms of scope? Okay. Russ?
Can I just clarify that on the mural, the removal of the mural is already on my list of things to do. Has absolutely nothing to do with that courtyard. Yeah, once I got the okay, it's on my list to get that covered up and repainted. Yep. Bathrooms are not on my list. I read your lips.
But that's something that I don't know where it is on the R&R list, the bathrooms, but we can look at that another time.
Yes.
Right now, this is just for the new project to renovate the courtyard. Other questions?
No, just because the bathrooms are caca. They're not.
You can put that onto the R&R list, but in any event, any other comments or questions from directors? We ready to put it to a vote? How about from our residents or participants? Okay, seeing none. John, could you reread that motion for us, please?
I move that the governing board approve the capital budget item for R.H. Johnson Courtyard renovation in the amount of $125,000 as shown in the fiscal year 26-27 capital budget, and request the general manager to include this project and amount in the fiscal year 26-27 financial plan for governing board approval.
Great. So we'll put it to a vote. We'll start with you, John.
Yes.
And Sandra?
Yes.
Jolene?
No.
Okay. Rudy?
No.
Okay. Nick?
Yes.
Yes.
Alan? Ann?
Yes.
Okay, the ayes do have it. So that item will move into the capital list, into the budget for our vote next month.
Christine, can I just, John's comment said that the board would have overview of the final design and product selected. Is that correct?
That was what we requested for
That's
that
what-
design to
okay.
come back. And
Just
that's,
making-
as we implement all of our projects, we can request those in process as we go forward into the facts and findings presentation that we make in June.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that that's just sort of
For all of our
automatically
projects.
attached to any one of these items.
Yeah, it's for all of our projects. We can still discuss how we want to review any of those in the implementation. So I did hear the same thing. Right? But this is these are dollar amounts that are going into the financial plan for us to review and approve next month. So, but thanks for that. So we'll move on now, master plan, planning and design. And in a totally different protocol, I'm going to make that motion because I'm the one who suggested it be pulled out. I move that the governing board approve the capital budget item for master plan, planning and design in the amount of $100,000 as shown in the fiscal year 26-27 capital budget, and request the general manager to include this project and amount in the fiscal year 26-27 financial plan for governing board approval. Do I have a second? Thank you, Alan. So this is, we've heard a bit about this as well, and this is, just to clarify, for architecture and design for anything that the governing board, upon review of the master plan and acceptance of that master plan, implementation of your strategic plan, our community strategic plan going forward, if there's something that the governing board decides next year to jumpstart and get started on architecture and design, this enables the governing board to move forward. This means we wouldn't have to, the governing board would not have to wait for another 6 to 8 months just to start the project. The design part could start at the start. I do think it's a great idea to do this. I pulled it out for individual voting so we could all record our thoughts, and also to record and ensure that we're all, and the community is aware that this is at governing board discretion. This is not something that the staff will just go forward and start spending, but this is at governing board direction. The governing board has that amount put aside. Right? Any thoughts or questions on that? Alan?
So I do support this idea because to me it makes sense that if you're going to go through the process of a master plan, that you at least set aside some money to actually react to that process if appropriate. And as I understand it, President Novello, this is money that's being set aside, and if coming out of the master plan, we don't see anything that we want to jump into, we don't have to actually spend it. What I would like to caution us is if that is the case, I don't want this then considered savings. I want this to be then considered something we could put forward to a future year, as opposed to we suddenly have savings, we can go spend it, on some other emergency thing. I like the idea of being ready. why spend money on a master plan if we're not going to be ready? And then if we don't spend it, we can set it aside for some future project in a future budget year.
I think that would seem valid, and for both Stephen and Cliff, that would be the same thing when we move forward, that this is for governing board discretion, right? So, thanks, Alan.
Question.
Oh, yes, please.
I want to just make sure too that Barry Dunn, they can help us with this design and everything, am I correct? I mean, that's part of their service for the master plan? That's how I'm understanding it?
No, Barry Dunn will provide simple renderings. They won't provide architectural design. So what's going to happen is, the master plan here in the fall. I'll work with the governing board at that time to develop a strategic plan. Out of the master plan, if there was some item or items that the governing board said, hey, we want to move forward on, this gives the ability to do that. The Barry Dunn's only going to provide renderings of what things could look like and where they could land. They don't actually do full architectural designs and the things that we would need in order to take to a GC to get a price for construction. They're simply providing the renderings of what it might look like or what it could look like.
On their design services, Stephen, I know that we've already moved forward from the previous line item, but for something like a visual design, painting and furniture, we could, over the summer, if we chose to, the governing board and operations could consult with Barry Dunn on, they do have that expertise to give us some additional renderings beyond what Sabrina has done. Am I correct?
Yeah, we could. I mean, I don't know that we would necessarily use Barry Dunn to get, again, the architectural designs and planning documents that we would need to take forward to a general contractor, but.
No, that's not what I apologize. I meant the visual, going back to the courtyard redesign. If we wanted to leverage their expertise on something of that nature,
Yes,
they have that.
Yeah.
So when we're talking about planning and design, this is more architectural renderings that could then be used to generate real projects going forward in the 27, 28 year.
Correct.
Okay. So that's what's up for approval. Any other questions, directors, on this particular item?
So we approve this. That gives us money to do what we think out of the master plan. How does that affect our $20 into our budget for master plan for our dues? Well, I mean, are we still going to look to do that too?
Well, 100,000 is just the
start of it,
architectural rendering.
correct, that's just, right.
It's not
but-
the 15 million.
Right, but, I'm just kind of wondering if we're putting we're putting the horse before the cart before the horse, because the fact of the matter is that if we give you $100,000 and you figure out what you want to do, and we're also giving you $20 on dues to figure out what you want to do, it's
The proposed $20 on dues isn't to figure it out. It's
capital improvement. Right.
It's putting money aside in a savings plan to
Right.
implement over 10 years. That's what the $20
Correct.
would be if we, or anything like that, right?
Right.
But this is more, governing board gets the results of the plan and decides, hey, this is a really cool idea. We do want to move forward on the XYZ project. Let's get an architect to actually render this so we can get that particular project into the 27, 28 plan.
Okay.
So I don't think there's a relationship between those two.
Just make one comment on the $20 and understand that modeling is for us to be able to generate enough funds over a 5-year period to cover an additional $6 million that could potentially come out of master plan. That's what that $20 is. The 20 and the 300. That's to keep our FFB at 40% and generate enough funds to cover an additional $6 million worth of funding for master plan items. It actually only covers about 4.6 million of it because our reserve fund eats the other part of it. So we only really need to cover 4.2 million over that period of time. So that's what that $20 and $300 does. That's what that's modeled out as. It's if we said, hey, 6 million. If you said 3 million, then $10 and $150 would cover an additional 3 million over a 5-year period. So that's what that is. And then at the end of that 5 years, it gets refunded in the form of reducing the following year's dues increase. and reduces that. So that it's a 5-year savings that we put together to cover an additional 6 million. And it
The-
only is 1 year, because next year it could change. It really is a 1-year plan set out to generate enough money to cover an additional 6 million over a 5-year period. That's all it is.
It's a 1-year commitment toward building out.
Yes.
Right, but again, back to this particular agenda item of the master plan, planning and design, those two amounts are really not directly tied. So you don't have to have one in order to have the other. This is to get started on an architectural rendering. Whether or not we would have the money to actually build it out really depends on next year's governing board. But some of that money, as Cliff has outlined, is already in the capital plan. So this additional funding would be a savings plan toward that bigger effort over a period of time. So back to the master plan, planning and design. Any more questions on that particular line item and how it would be used? Any resident questions? Nothing online that we can see. So I'll reread the motion, which is I move that the governing board approve the capital budget item for master plan, planning and design in the amount of $100,000 as shown in the fiscal year 2026-27 capital budget, and request the general manager include this project and amount in the fiscal year 2026-27 financial plan for governing board approval. So now we'll put it to a vote. And we'll go with Jolene first.
I'm gonna vote yes, but I want to make sure it's on record that we get what we're gonna do with that money. The governing board does.
The governing board has sole discretion on that.
Correct. That they just, yep, thank you.
Rudy?
Yes.
Kay?
Yes.
Nick?
Yes.
Ellen?
Yes.
Ann?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Sandra?
Yes.
Okay, so the ayes have that one as well. We'll move on to the next one, which is also me, because I pulled this one out. I move the governing board approve the capital budget item for RCSCW website redesign and member portal integration in the amount of $100,000, as shown in the fiscal year 2026-27 capital budget, and request the general manager to include this project and amount in the fiscal year 2026-27 financial plan for governing board approval. Do I have a second?
Second.
Oh, thank you, Alan. So I pulled this out again so that we could go on record with any questions. We've heard we have our new portal that's launching May 4th, but this is more that front end website redesign that Stephen and Kyle have given us a few ideas. This is, as they've described to us, I expected it's a professional website redesign on the front end, the establishment of a member login, right? That's the portal part that will be behind a member login. And again, I think it's a great idea to do this. And I do wholeheartedly support it. I wanted to ensure that the governing board records its views on this one as well. So any comments or questions about the scope of this before we put it to a vote? Jolene?
So I know the portal is up, well, May 4th, right? It's going to be running. So when we do redesign website, will you be doing that, or is it outside source, or how does that work? And are we trying to, we have, I mean, I know that you guys don't want to, but we have so many residents that have done things like this. i.e., my tennis club right now is redesigning their website through WordPress, and the Rip and Sew Club is doing that. So I just am wondering if we're outsourcing it, or do we have manpower in-house?
The plan is to outsource it. We do have manpower in-house. We're all techie. I've done websites in the past, but we're really looking for something more designed, forward-facing for marketing. I can make the website, I can take a local website and I can make ours kind of look like that, but I don't have the eye within the design capabilities to kind of make it professional there's website companies that can go out there and they know what people look for. Like we talked about the SEO, which is a search engine optimization. So they can design our site a way that's more appealing to other people. And we don't really have the expertise. We have the technical knowledge, but not really the design knowledge. That's kind of the main reason we're looking to outsource it.
So this would be a professionally designed, that whole front end.
Exactly. And we'll maintain the content on an ongoing basis, but it's kind of right now it's kind of a big spider web. We kind of add on little portions here and there, but it's not really designed with anything in mind besides just putting info on there. And that'd be the kind of the main reason for this, is to make it more appealing and more presentable and more easily to navigate. Right now we have a little search tool up there that you only search for keywords. A new site that might build some AI powered, where you can kind of search for things within the site a lot easier than the current search capabilities. Like that type of thing is what we're lacking in.
So the $100,000, is it strictly for the website redesign? Or, I mean, are you doing the member portal, or is that outsourced too?
Yeah, the member portal is being done between us and TEI, which is our vendor for point of sale systems. So originally, if you remember last year, we were looking for more money because we're hoping to maybe build that out on our own. But then talking with TEI, it's something that they have the ability to do with us with our yearly fees that we currently have. So there's no additional cost for the new portal. It's basically what we were paying for the old portal.
Right. And this would be, you know, making it look great, making it look professional, just like we've been going around and looking at these, our competitor, if you will, communities locally and around the country, would bring us up to speed with what they're already doing. If you look at some of those, you can see that our website is just pretty flat, and it gets some of the job done, but it also, not only does it look as modern and appealing as our own community is, but everything is available to anyone who wants to see it. This would give us, or almost anything, this gives us the opportunity, I believe, to establish a member login with a lot of assets that will be on that portal that will be behind a login, something we've asked for a while as well. But folks could come to see what Sun City West is all about, and it will look to be that modern, vibrant community that we all know and love, and the website will reflect what we already have. Sure, Stephen.
Thank you. And you're absolutely right, President Novello. So the idea is this is the front-facing page of the community. So if somebody's looking to come to this community, that's what they're going to find. And right now, ours is not very appealing. Ours right now is very text-heavy. You know, you're looking to have it be more of a more visually appealing, and definitely have the display be of showcasing our amenities and the lifestyle that we have here. You know, perfect example, we've shown some of these, Wickenburg Ranch, Sun City, frankly, even has a nicer front-facing webpage than we do. It's going to be a marketing tool, which is what part of the strategic plan is what you've asked for. But this is really that first impression for not only our members, but then future potential members. So it's not about the technical side of creating a website. We could absolutely do that. This is about more from a marketing, branding, more, you know, we're going to be looking to PR firms, marketing firms that are going to be able to give us that visual appealing, much like you talk about the desire to have a professional design of things in the future, for example, the courtyard. It's the same thing with the website. We need professionals to design this in a way that makes sure that it is up to that level that you all as a board are looking for that standard that we want to set for the community. So I just wanted to add it in, which is kind of in line with what you're saying, so thank you.
That's okay. Any other, before we put it to a vote, any other questions? Alan?
I just want to a little bit echo what Mr. Enro said. As you all know, I'm involved in a board of another nonprofit organization here in Sun City West, the foundation. And 2 years ago, we embarked on this very same thing because we faced the very same problem. Our website was clunky, it wasn't real functional, and it wasn't giving us the results. We hired a consultant to come in, not at the same expense, but we're also not this size, but a similarly big decision for that board. And we had some of the same concerns. It's a lot of money. But I will tell you that almost instantaneously when we went live with the new professionally developed website, we immediately saw fantastic results. Our hits were up. Our time on the site was up. Our click-through times were really impressive. They thrive on donations. It drove that. It was easier to donate, it was faster, it was cleaner. I'm with the comments that have already made. For this community of this size, of this stature, the third largest retirement community in the entire country, if not the world, our website should reflect our status. And this is a good expenditure to do that. It will also help drive both our residents to events and new residents to realtors and looking at homes. I mean, it's just a great thing to do.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions before we put it to a vote? Rudy?
Thank you, Director Slummer. Basically, what you said then is this is going to be an investment, but we really don't realize any return on this. We don't know what that return is. We're not selling a product here. We're not soliciting donations. We're just presenting a new website.
That's true. It's a service, so it's very much a visual, much like painting the courtyard or something of that nature, right? It's hard to. Yes, Jolene.
But with that done, once it's done, you'll be able to report to us and say, oh my gosh, this is how many clicks we're having. I mean, you can tell us that, because Alan just said that, you know, because right now we probably don't have that availability with our website.
Yeah, we have analytics on the website.
Right.
I think Katie currently we do have Google Analytics on there now, so we can kind of make sure we have a snapshot before and after, and we can kind of report.
Because that would be nice to know,
Yeah.
so our residents also understand what we're doing here.
Will this also address any of our resident comments, concerns, and questions that you guys have seen or heard about the usability of the website? Do you expect it might yield any of that?
I think it will be more usable. Like I said earlier, I know people try to search for things, and unless the document is named exactly what you search for, it doesn't find it. But there's new search tools, stuff like that, a lot of AI-driven, like bots like that, will be able to kind of refine down and look in the document, scan in the different parts of the website for words there, as opposed to just keywords in the document. So even just a capability like that, I think will help a lot navigating the website.
Okay. Any other questions? Anything from our residents? Okay, we have a resident coming, and I believe, Sandra, I don't think we've had any on this particular, I know we'll have, for those who are watching online, please know we're going to come back to address those questions on previous items. We'll definitely come back and address those, so.
Holly McCurdy, 137726. So what happens if you want to change a picture or redo something once they've developed it? Are you guys going to be able to have the capability to go out and change a picture or change a whatever? Or do you have to bring them back in to redesign something?
Now, when it comes to changing content on there, changing pictures, adding a page here and there, we can definitely handle that. It's just the design expertise, the eye for design is what we lack. But yeah, if we need to make edits here and there, we're fully planning on doing that ourselves.
Thank you. Anything else? Anything on this topic online yet? Okay. So then I'll reread the motion, and we'll put it to a vote. Too many papers in front of me. I move that the governing board approve the capital budget item for our CSCW website redesign and member portal integration in the amount of $100,000 as shown in the fiscal year 2026-27 capital budget, and request the general manager to include this project and amount in the fiscal year 26-27 financial plan for governing board approval. We'll start with you, Nick.
Yes.
Alan?
Yes.
Yes.
John?
Yes.
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 Rudy?
Yes.
Yes.
Excellent. The ayes have it. We'll move on. And again, in case you're missing it, we're just putting these into the financial plan for Cliff to work his magic and present to us next month, plans for review. So we're moving on now to item 4.10, which pertains to our driving range ball dispensers. Our chairperson of the golf committee and director, Rudy Grant, will make that motion, please.
Thank you, President Novello. Just 2 seconds worth of background. This started out to move 3 additional range dispensers, but that motion or that idea has changed now. So I will read the motion that we currently have before us. I move that the governing board approve the capital budget item for the Grandview and Pebblebrook Golf Course driving range ball dispenser covers in the amount of $20,100 as shown in the FY 26-27 capital budget, and request the general manager include this project in the amount in the FY 26-27 financial plan for the governing board approval.
Excellent. Golf Committee recommended this as well, so thanks for that. Directors, are we ready to put it to a vote, or do you have any questions on the project?
I have
ahead,
a
Ann.
question. I think this is one of the items that I challenged before. I'm not sure I understand why it costs $20,000 to build 2 tough sheds over the top of a range ball machine. So is there more to this than what it's more than just putting a little lean-to out there, or why is it $20,000 to protect 2 golf range dispensers?
Either Cliff or Pat, I guess, can answer.
Sadly, we don't have the presentation here. I thought we had the presentation because
I did too. I'm sorry about that.
We had a detail of
Yeah, 'cause I
so
asked
the,
for- I asked
yes.
for the-
So we have that the detail, and that is the price. The scope of that is it's first of all it's a customized piece. It's not a prefabbed tough shed type of a structure. So it's completely customized. It's to put a pitched roof on that, wide enough to give access to fill it with balls. There's a concrete pad as well that it sits on, and whatever the accoutrements that go along with lighting and all the things that go along with that structure. That's what that's for. Now, I will say that was one contractor who gave us a customized bid to build exactly what we wanted. Okay, and it's sided as well. It's not just a lean-to with just a roof but we will go to bid for this project. So keep in mind when we ask for these funds, most of these, even if we did get a bid on them like this one, generally speaking, we go and get other bids, and we even cost engineer sometimes. Russ takes his team and does some things. That's why we always have savings in our budget, because when we ask for the funds, we ask for the funds to get the job done, but we always go to bid, and we always try to cost engineer it down as well to get the best price that we can. So rest assured that will be done, but this was from an actual bid from a contractor to build exactly what we wanted, and it was custom.
Anything you need to add, Pat?
No, Cliff did a great job.
And what other, does that answer, or do you have
So
follow-ups?
I guess it did answer that they're gonna pour a concrete slab, they're gonna build a custom building around it, and it's gonna include lighting and potentially something else?
I would just say probably just lighting, right? We don't have.
Right, the roof has to have access to get to the panel that we drop the balls in, so there's quite a bit of customization to this. So.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Jolene?
It has to be done though, right? I mean, we don't have a choice because the ball machine has to be covered. Is that correct?
So the 2 ball machines at Grandview and Pebblebrook have been out, and they're dealing with the weather, the sunlight, the irrigation system. So it would just be wise to cover this. There's a small computer in there. It's a touch screen. So it's just trying to protect the asset of the range machine. Yes.
And the other ball machines are all undercover.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other, are we ready to put this to a vote, directors? Any questions from the audience? Great. So Rudy, one more time, please read this.
Okay, thank you. I move the governing board approve the capital budget item for Grandview and Pebblebrook Golf Course driving range ball dispenser covers in the amount of $20,100 as shown in the FY 26-27 capital budget, and request the general manager include this project in the amount in the FY 26-27 financial plan for the governing board approval.
Thanks. And we'll start the voting with you, Director Graham.
Yes.
Kay?
Yes.
And-
Yes.
Okay, we'll go this way. Sandra? John?
Yes.
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 Sandra?
I'll give it a yes. We just have some,
You,
but we're going to see. this
don't feel
go
compelled.
more.
Okay, moving on to 4.11. In case we're not aware, we have a project that we'd like to replace the R.H. Johnson pool deck. Director Schlemmer will read the motion for our consideration.
I'm hoping there's not a lot of discussion on this since we just talked about it. All right, I move that the governing board approve the capital budget item for the R.H. Johnson pool deck surface in the amount of $725,000 as shown in the fiscal year 26-27 capital budget and request the general manager to include this project and the amount in the fiscal year 26-27 financial plan for governing board approval.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Nick. Directors, this is the amount, not the approval of the actual project and scope itself. Are we ready to put this to a vote to include it in next year's budget, or do we need more questions, Jolene? Okay, it looked like you were going. Okay.
I am ready to say yes. I can be the first one to vote.
Any questions? Then let's put this one to a vote. Again, we'll come back to comments that were made after the fact. We'll come back to those at the end of the meeting. So, Alan, you can reread the motion and then make a vote, please.
And you should let Jolene vote first because she.
No, she did say she would go first.
I move that the governing board approve the capital budget item for the R.H. Johnson pool deck surface in the amount of $725,000 as shown in fiscal year 26-27 capital budget and request the general manager to include this project and the amount in the fiscal year 26-27 financial plan for the governing board's approval.
And your vote, Alan?
Yes.
Wait.
And Jolene,
yes.
Yeah.
I did try.
Okay,
That's
yes.
okay. Jolene, you can start. And Rudy?
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Nick?
Yes.
Alan, you voted yes, correct? Ann?
Yes.
Yes.
And Sandra?
Yes.
Excellent. So that amount's been added in. Thanks, directors. Moving on to 4.12. This pertains to the R.H. Johnson platform tennis courts and the renovation project therein. We've had lots of discussions over the past several months, but we're going to turn this to our Properties Committee Chair, Director John Chatton, for the motion.
Thank you, President Novello. I move that the governing board approve the capital budget item for R.H. Johnson platform tennis courts renovation in the amount of $305,000 as shown in the fiscal year 26-27 capital budget and request the general manager to include this project and amount in the fiscal year 26-27 financial plan for governing board approval.
Second.
Thank you, Kay. Directors, is there any discussion on this, or are we ready to put this to a vote, finally? I think we were ready to put this to a vote sometime in December, but nonetheless, we just heard the motion. Any questions from our residents? Sorry, I meant to ask. And presume we have nothing that's come in online on this one. So, John, one more time, and we'll put it to a vote, please.
One more time. I move that the governing board approve capital budget item for R.H. Johnson platform tennis courts renovation in the amount of $305,000 as shown in the fiscal year 26-27 capital budget and request the general manager to include this project and amount in the fiscal year 26-27 financial plan for governing board approval.
Excellent. And your vote, John, we'll start with you.
Yes.
Ann?
Yes.
Alan?
Yes.
Nick?
Yes.
Kay?
Yes.
Yay.
Yes.
Yes.
And Sandra?
Yes.
Excellent. So unanimous. We'll move on then to 4.13. This is the Palm Ridge flooring and shower room tile replacement. And again, to our Properties Committee Chair, John Chatton.
There we go. I move that the governing board approve the capital budget item for Palm Ridge Swim and Fitness flooring and shower room tile replacement in the amount of $225,000 as shown in the fiscal year 26-27 capital budget, and requests the general manager to include this project and amount in the fiscal year 26-27 financial plan for governing board approval.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Nick. So again, the Properties Committee has, went out and actually looked at this, but I wouldn't say that, John, I'm not going to ask you to be the expert on it. We've talked about the scope of this, and I can't remember which of us had indicated some concern, but I'm going to open it up for any comments or questions from the directors.
Do you have a question for John?
No, the properties, I wouldn't expect John to be the expert. That's why I said he doesn't have, if you'd like to explain, you can, but I'm just opening up to the directors for any questions or comments before we vote.
It's not that the tile is worn out, because tile doesn't wear out. It's not that you can't regrout some, fix this or fix that. It's really about updating our facilities and changing the tile and the look of the locker rooms and the showers.
Thank you. Directors, before we put it to a vote, any questions? Ann?
Yeah, I think I was probably the person who wanted to have this pulled out because to me, it seems to go along with our whole master plan refresh, facelift, look and feel. And I did not want to spend the money today, or didn't want to take the capital out today that I might want to use next year as part of a redesign or facelift, if you will, based on the master plan feedback. So that's why I was not in favor of this item this year.
Okay. Any other comments or questions?
I agree with Ann. I think it's really beneficial for us to pull it out this year, especially because we know that pool decking is going to have to get done too. And if we could just close that whole rec center for 3 weeks and have it all done at one time, that'd be great.
I think they were planning on doing this when they were going to be doing the painting of Palm Ridge also, so they are putting projects together to limit the time that it might be closed.
Other questions or comments from directors? Anything from our residents before we put it to a vote? And I don't know, John, if there's anything else you wanted to add, but otherwise you could just reread the motion and we'll put it to a vote.
My only comment is there's a lot of things we could postpone based on the master plan, but we've decided several things over the last year that we wanted to do, and this is one of those things that was the Properties Committee agreed with staff that we should move forward with this. So given that, I move that the governing board approve the capital budget item for Palm Ridge Swim and Fitness flooring and shower room tile replacement in the amount of $225,000 as shown in the fiscal year 26-27 capital budget, and requests the general manager to include this project and amount in the fiscal year 26-27 financial plan for governing board approval.
Thank you, John.
And I would vote yes.
Thank you, sir.
May I ask a clarifying question on the vote? A vote of yes leaves it in
Yes.
the budget proposal. A vote of no would remove it
Correct.
out of the proposal for this year.
Correct.
Okay, thank
This
you.
does not approve the project. It merely, it puts it into the financial plan that we will approve next
Thank you.
month. Thank you. So John votes yes. Ann?
No?
No.
Yes.
And Kay?
Yes.
Rudy?
No.
No.
Sandra?
No.
Okay, the nays have it by my count. Did I get that right, Karen?
Yes.
So therefore, that item is removed from the capital project for next year, and it will be deferred. None of these things come out forever, but it will be deferred. Moving on to 4.14, R.H. Johnson Lecture Hall Flooring and Carpet. John, again, we'll look to you as the chairperson of our Properties Committee for this year.
Lucky me. I move that the governing board approve the capital budget item for R.H. Johnson Lecture Hall flooring and carpet replacement in the amount of $48,000 as shown in the fiscal year 26-27 capital budget, and request the general manager to include this project and amount in the fiscal year 26-27 financial plan for governing board approval.
Do I have a second?
Second?
Thank you, Nick. We are sitting in the hall where the carpet would be replaced. I have to tell you, I can't remember the exact year, but this has been deferred during my tenure a couple of times already. And I don't know if it came up in your earlier tenure, Kay, but certainly within Kay's and my tenure, this project to replace has already been deferred by operations a few times because they felt that it could withstand. And now it's come up to us that the carpet is up for replacement. The Properties Committee concurred. Russ, is there something you wanted to add?
I would like to. So again, yes, we pushed this 2 years in a row. When we do these walkthroughs and we look at these things, we're not only looking at the way it looks today, we're looking at can this last another year? Because we're always a year behind. Actually, I guess it's a year and a half technically. The seams are starting to show where they're pulling and separating apart. That's going to get worse with vacuuming, cleaning, things of that nature. Carpet, initially 8 years is how long a life it gives you. This room, I don't know, it's held up very well. So it's given us 2 extra years. I do not see this giving us an extra year. And for those of you that don't know, this was my life in my previous life before I started here 34 years ago. That's what I did for a living. So
Carpet?
I kind of know, yeah.
Thanks, Russ.
You're welcome.
Any, before we put it to a vote, any questions or comments from our directors? Ann?
I haven't had the opportunity, Russ, maybe that you have, where the properties did, to walk the room and look for potential defects. But as a side glance, as I go through here, I don't see the deficits today. So are the deficits so severe that they can't be repaired for a few bucks and defer this another year? Or is that just, foolish wishing? Yeah?
You always have the choice to push. My job is to recommend. I recommend, I don't think it's going to last another year. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to start coming up so bad it's tripping people. So, given that information, you make the decision you feel is the best decision to make. It's definitely, it could probably be pushed another year. I can't guarantee what it'll look like. That's my point. So I'm trying to guesstimate what will it look like in a year from now when it's time to replace it.
How do you, off the top of your head, either of you know how old or how long ago this was laid? 10 years?
Yeah. Because it would have came up in the cycle at 8, and we pushed it 2. So it would be 11, 12. We pushed it again.
Okay.
Do we know how many hours that this lecture hall gets utilized on a daily, weekly basis?
We could find out through scheduling, since everything for this room goes through scheduling.
Alan had a question. I'm sorry, I didn't see.
No, go ahead, Alan.
So when this first came up on the list, when we first started seeing the list, I did take some time to walk around through the chairs and stuff. And to Russ's point, well, very minor, there are some very clear fraying evidences on the seams. There's one actually right over about where Russ is standing, I believe. You can see some fraying there. I was kind of with you initially. I thought, well, gosh, can we get another year, maybe 2 out of this? My concern, and the reason I actually support this now, is after looking at that and the fact that it is a sloped floor, and some of our residents, that is a challenge as well. The last thing we need is to mix in a tripping hazard. And so my feeling is, even as nice as it does look today, and if it were my house, I'd probably be telling my wife, no, 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 no. I think in this situation, I would recommend that we go ahead and proceed with it, just for a safety standpoint.
Any other, I think, did you have one, Jolene? I sure, okay.
Well, I get it, guys. I understand it, but I'm quite sure that we can try to fix those fray things or whatever we're doing here. $48,000 is a lot. I'm not too sure. I know all the committee meetings are held in here. I know on Monday nights, the investment club is held in here, and I know that, Rudy, you hold your HOA things, right, in here once in a while? And then maybe Pora will be holding it, you know, some events in here. I mean, if you think this is bad, you want to come to Rip and Sew with me? Because my Rip and Sew carpet is terrible. I mean, it's got stains, it's got openings of seams.
And it's newer.
Yeah, so there you go. So, I mean, for $48,000, I'd have to say we can push it one more year.
Do we need any other comments before we put it to a vote? We don't have to announce our vote, we could take a vote. So any other questions? Anything you want to add, Stephen?
I would just throw out, I mean, I understand what everybody's saying, just keep in mind, a year from now, it's not 48,000, it's probably 50 or more. So just, that's a consideration. I understand all the comments, and certainly is a decision for the board, of course.
Actually, generally, the board doesn't weigh in on items under 50,000, but this year we are, and thank you for accepting our recommendations on all of that. So I think it's helpful to allow us to weigh in on everything. So we appreciate that, Stephen.
Just one comment. Over the last few months, as we've talked about the long-term plan and the look and feel and getting design help and making the place look good, look new, look modern, and we're thinking we might be able to get by with a frayed carpet. I'm getting mixed messages.
You're not the only one receiving those mixed messages. Is there any... Sandra, did you have a point?
I think it is a tough call, but we are trying to make everything a little bit better. I did have a lady probably about a month ago come up and tell me that she is dizzy every time she comes down the incline and sees the dots. So it may not be the fray.
President Bell?
Yes, Ann?
I think one of my biggest concerns is, like I said before, when we talk about the Palm Ridge, I really want to sort of see the whole community come together with a color scheme, a fashion, a style, or whatever it might be. So where we say push it off, I don't want the community to start looking like a patchwork quilt. Sorry, Jolene. From Rip and Sew, that's probably very pretty, but
I'm not a quilter.
From the community side, I want to see stronger continuity, look, feel, and flow. That's why I'm pushing.
Gotcha. So any other questions or comments? Anything from our residents? Okay, I don't think we're getting anything online on these points. So if you would please, John, reread the motion for us.
Move that the governing board approve the capital budget item for R.H. Johnson Lecture Hall flooring and carpet replacement in the amount of $48,000 as shown in the fiscal year 26-27 capital budget, and request the general manager to include this project and amount in the fiscal year 26-27 financial plan for governing board approval.
Excellent. And your vote, John?
Yes.
Sandra?
No.
Jolene?
No.
Rudy?
No.
Okay. Nick?
Yes.
Alan?
Yes.
Ann?
No.
So that would mean the nays have it. So no replacement of the flooring and carpet for 26-27. Yes,
I mean,
Sandra?
it's on topic, but if there are places that are starting to ravel, could we not get someone here sooner than later to glue them or whatever needs to be done?
I'm sure Russ will be all over that. No, so if we could, right? That's what you do all the time.
Yep, we do that.
So moving on now, I want to remind everybody, 4.15 has to do with the table lighting. We've already approved spending the money in this current capital year. So while I can't tell you exactly what to do, we do realize that the prudent thing to do would be to remove this item from the capital budget for 26-27, since we've already agreed to fund it this year. So Jolene, if you'd please make the motion so we can take the action.
Okay, I move the governing board approve the capital budget item for Sports Pavilion new billiard table lighting in the amount of $46,000 as shown in the fiscal year 26-27 capital budget, and request the general manager to include this project and the amount for 26-27 financial plan for the governing board approval.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thanks, Kay. This is procedural, and if you realize Jolene's motion that she just read, that she just made, is in the affirmative. So if you want to remove this item, you would vote no. Since we've already funded it, I presume you know what you need to do. Are we ready to put it to a vote?
Okay, I'm going to read it one more time. I move the governing board approve the capital budget for item for Sports Pavilion new billiard table lighting in the amount of $46,000 as shown in the fiscal year 26-27 capital budget, and request the general manager to include this project and the amount in the 26-27 financial plan for governing board approval.
Thank you, Jolene. And your vote?
No.
Rudy?
No.
Okay. Nick?
No.
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 John?
You sure you don't want some extra lighting money? No.
No.
The nays have it. So that item, as expected, is removed from next year's budget. Thank you so much, Jolene. And thanks again to your committee for doing so much work on this item. And to our ops team for bringing it up. Lastly, in terms of the motions that are scheduled, we have a motion related to the Stardust Theater entry doors. So for this, I'm going to go to our Charter Club's chairperson, Nick Turner.
I move that the governing board approve the capital budget item for Kuntz Stardust Theatre entry door replacement in the amount of $35,000 as shown in the financial year 26-27 capital budget, and request the general manager to include this project and amount in the financial year 26-27 financial plan for governing board approval.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Second. Alan seconds. Nick, could you give us a little background on this, please?
Yes, this has been pulled out because of some comments and one misunderstanding that was made on another committee. It had been suggested that some of the clubs which use the theatre would prefer that this money was spent on things like new lighting or other items, and that's a false choice. This is a repair and replacement item of an existing asset that needs repair and replacement. And equipment like that for the Stardust Theatre would come through a completely different process. The second comment that came forward was that of kind of like a safety issue, that if these doors are moved forward, as is part of the plan, to the edge of the current building, that somebody in the lobby who is sitting behind the box office in the lobby would not be able to see if there was anybody approaching one of the doors, and those therefore to be able to open the door to give that person access. I went to the theatre and had a meeting there with the staff and with the three performing arts club presidents, and you could in fact see if you sat with if you're sitting with your back to the theatre facing the box office, you can see both doors if they're moved forward. So that's not a problem at all. The change in position of the doors is a fraction of the $35,000 cost anyway. most of the cost is the replacement of the doors and the glass that surrounds them.
All right, thank you.
Oh, and the other thing is the three club presidents all supported the moving of the doors.
Thank you for that. And I know the Properties Committee walked through and saw some of this, I presume, but the identification for the removal came from Budget and Finance. So Ann, do you want to speak to any of that, or do you have any questions, concerns? I know that you already spoke about it at the last meeting, but anything you wanted to bring up in terms of what Nick just said?
I think that Nick has already reviewed the items that were brought up by the Budget and Finance Committee. And so those issues have been answered. Those questions have been answered.
So any other questions, directors, or are we ready to put this to a vote? Oh, go ahead, Sandra.
Once, if they are moved out, will that dictate to needing new flooring all through the lobby, or what will happen on the flooring part?
So the plan was, when it was asked if we could move the doors out, the fact that they're being totally removed to be replaced, it's actually zero extra dollars to just simply move them forward. And then we would just put like a walk-off carpet, which is at the entrance, both entrances of the sports pavilion, kind of cleans your feet off before you get in the lobby. So there'd be no change in the lobby, and we'd be able to just add that in-house with our staff.
So no extra cost for them?
No extra cost. I mean, other than purchasing the walk-off carpet, which is menial.
Any other questions?
Is this in R&R? Is this, or this is R&R, repair and replacement? And when was it scheduled, to this year, or has it been pushed back, do you know, or just kind of curious?
I don't know that we even have doors on the list. Doors typically, I mean, I have doors here that way older than Kuntz. It just, I don't know what causes doors to go bad. I know Deer Valley and Desert Trails, when they built those, the aluminum was thin, so we had issues right off the bat. I don't know if the theater's just usage. I'm not sure.
So is the door actually bad? I mean,
It
is there a
is.
safety problem?
Not safety, it's when it goes out of whack and stops working, we are extremely creative trying to fix it to the point where we called out a vendor that does our doors when it's too much for us to handle, and he said there's no more we can do. They're worn out. They need, and these are the frames, the pivots, the whole 9 yards. So.
And do we know how old those doors are? Is it they were put in
1989?
Okay.
Yeah. That's
Build it right. So, but even something that's built right needs to be maintained. Any other questions before we put it to a vote, directors? No comments from our residents? So let's reread that, please, Nick.
Yeah, also, if anybody's been down there, you can actually see the gap between the doors where we lose the cooling and so on in the summer. You know, they're no longer airtight. I move that the governing board approve the capital budget item for Kuntz Stardust Theatre entry door replacement in the amount of $35,000 as shown in the financial year 26-27 capital budget, and request the general manager to include this project and amount in the financial year 26-27 financial plan for governing board approval. And I vote yes.
Thank you. Alan?
Yes.
Ann?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
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 Rudy?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Items approved and moves forward. Thanks, directors. We've made it through the capital pullouts process. Congratulations. So we're moving on then to our comments section. Hopefully you all agree, we've had a bunch of residents who made comments on earlier items, and they've been hopefully waiting, but they've been patiently waiting for a response. So I'm going to go to meeting attendee comments online first, and then we'll come back to board director comments. I have a feeling that you're going to want to make comments on the comments. So, so take it away, Sandra. If you could do the best you can to group them together by resident or whatever makes sense to you. But please don't read them. It looks like there's a whole bunch, so maybe take a break so that we can get some responses if possible.
This one came in from Bruce Lees. I encourage operation to obtain safety data sheet, SDS, for the product that lists all components, application, procedures, and hazards. Very helpful in considering their product.
Thank you, Mr. Lees.
This one came from XXLLBB55. Is the pool water, R.H. Johnson, still cloudy? It has only been 5 years since I've been asking, when will it not be?
We'll have, Stephen, we'll have Russ come up to answer that?
Yeah, he's coming.
Yeah.
We didn't do that one yet, did we?
No.
Okay. Do you want me to read one more?
No, go ahead.
No, the pool is not cloudy today. The pools can be cloudy at times, yes, but 90% of the time, it's as clear as can be.
And want to repeat how often you guys do your checks on chemistry or anything like that?
So it's all pools, all spas, I have automated distribution systems, so it's constantly taking readings and adding as needed. We double check those manually, the old-fashioned way, at least twice a day, every body of water twice a day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Russ. Russ, do we have, I forget the designation, certified pool
chemical
CPOs, I think they were called.
CPO, yeah, that's correct. Certified pool operators. All my staff, I have a full-time supervisor, a weekend guy. They are both CPO certified. We have another new hire in training, and he'll continue to go through training until he gets his CPO certification, and then he gets bumped up to a Tech 2. So all of our staff that run pools have to be CPO certified.
Thank you for that.
Welcome.
Another one online, Bruce Lees, 135422. Why are we not returning operating expense money to the members? We are paying for unfilled positions in the budget instead of placing those unspent funds into the reserve fund on top.
Cliff, I think you answered this a couple of times in our presentations to the public, but could you take that one before we move on?
Yeah, well, ultimately, the bylaws state that the excess cash goes into the reserve fund. So ultimately, that's the reason.
And then there was another one from Bruce Lees. He says of the 7.8% or 7 or 8% of member dues contributed to the reserve fund. Okay, I was just going back on that. All right.
No problem. It's hard. There's a lot here.
We're good.
Okay, so that managed. Hopefully, we got to all those questions that have been pending from our residents. If we missed any, and you're listening now or listening later, please write to me, christine.novello@suncitywest.com or gbgoverningboard@suncitywest.com to write to all of us. We'll make sure that we get those questions to you, questions answered for you. So thanks again for listening and for contributing your questions. We'll move on now to board director comments. We'll start with you, Kay, Director Williams. Welcome back, by the way. And Rudy? Director Grom, excuse me.
One thing, tomorrow morning, 9 a.m., Echo Mesa Golf Course, we'll be having a tour of the 9th fairway where we have the new Tif-Tuff grass growing. And along with that, we'll be looking at what's all involved in the aerification. It'll be explained to us. We've got a USGA official coming out, and we'll kind of evaluate the condition of that grass after 1 year. So everyone's welcome tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock, Echo Mesa. Thank you.
We meet you at the clubhouse there. Anybody who wants to go?
The pro shop.
Thank you so much. Jolene?
I'm good.
Sandra?
Nothing.
Nothing to add.
Nothing, thank you.
Alan?
Brace yourself. Nothing.
Nick?
Just one comment about the annual dues and the reserve fund. It swings and roundabouts. If we didn't put the operating surplus into the reserve fund is likely not have enough money in it to do what we wanted, so we'd have to put the annual dues up to put money into the reserve fund. It's got to come from somewhere.
Yeah, I think if we look at the history that was presented at our budget forums and will be available to us, all these presentations and so forth are online, you can see there was quite a bit of that occurred in past years. It's been a bit more stable in more recent years, but there were some really large jumps that were taken on, and we don't know exactly why because they predate our CFO, but we would presume that that might have been one of them. We don't know, but thank you for that. I want to remind everyone that you too can join the fun by joining a governing board committee. So applications are open. They'll close for any of our governing board committees for next year. So that will be closing on May 15th. So please, we'd love to have some new faces and some new ideas. And the new governing board directors and chair people will be reviewing those applications later on in the month of May. So all the information about how to apply is all available on our website. Just go to the governing board page on suncitywest.com website. I also wanted to add my congratulations to the incoming governing board. We'll have 2 new members next year, and as we just saw, we have a new slate of officers that officially begin their roles July 1st. I congratulate them all. So our work here as a governing board is nowhere near done, but I do congratulate them all, and I thank them all for stepping up to leadership. Stephen, do you have any comments that you want to add?
Well, I do have a 72-slide PowerPoint I want to, no, I'm just nothing to add. Thank you so much.
Excellent. So, so with that, I didn't see any other comments that had come in online, and anything in the room I forgot to ask for those of you who toughed it out.
Line up.
Well, then our next governing board workshop is May the 8th here in the lecture hall at 9 a.m. And followed by the governing board regular meeting on May 21st, 9 a.m. Those are the big topics. Will be the approval of our budget for next year. So those are big. We look forward to seeing you there. I adjourn this meeting at 12:56.